Chapter 660. In the forest of wandering, a silhouette dashed towards a certain direction at a speed invisible to the naked eye. His body turned into a long line and swept past like a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, the trees seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. All the branches fell in one direction with a hoo-hoot sound. The leaves danced in the air and were swept far away by the gust of wind. Running like mad. After exiting the 35th floor's teleportation gate, Wu Yan maintained this speed and rushed into the forest of wandering. As he ran, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes scanned his surroundings in an attempt to discover something. After an unknown amount of time, something finally caught Wu Yan's attention. The scene of 3 gorillas surrounding a petite girl was imprinted into his eyes. Wu Yan's expression darkened when he saw this. He placed his hand on the hilt of Heaven Gazer and dashed forward. Accompanied by a cold flash of light, the sword slashed across the 3 gorillas' bodies. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 3 gorillas were reduced to pieces before they could even make a sound. The pieces scattered all over the place, revealing Silica's figure. Silica stared blankly at Wu Yan, who appeared in front of her. She didn't move for a long time until she finally reacted. She panicked and turned to look at Pina. Pina! Silica crawled to Pina's side and hugged it. She watched helplessly as Pina's HP bar fell to the bottom. She panicked and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Pina! Pina, og! Pina opened its eyes and looked at its owner. Its body emitted a fluorescent light and shattered into pieces under Silica's gaze. No. No. Silica's small face was covered in tears. Sheely's hoarse voice sounded like it was forced out of her throat. She frantically tried to grab Pina's fragments in the air. She wanted to keep them here, but all she could do was grab at thin air. A glowing feather floated down from the pieces and fell into Silica's hand. Silica stared blankly at the feather in her hand, tears of pain flowed down her face. Pina! No! Woo! Silica sat on the ground. Sheely hugged the feather that Pina had transformed into. Tears flowed out of her eyes and dripped onto the feather that was glowing. Her cries became the only sound that could be heard in this world. Her cries filled the entire sky, and a sorrowful atmosphere permeated the air. The night wind carried a trace of desolation. Wu Yan sighed faintly as he looked at Silica, who sat on the ground and cried. Was he still a step too late? Wu Yan felt bad when he heard Silica's sorrowful sobs. He scratched his face and walked to Silica's side. He patted her shoulder. All right, don't be so sad. Silica turned her head. Her tear-stained face came face to face with Wu Yan's face. Her tear-stained eyes finally managed to see the face of the person beside her. Wiping her face, she cried out in a sobbing voice. Thank you. Thank you, for saving me, you're welcome. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Didn't I save one more life in the end? Sheely recalled the scene where Pina blocked the final attack for her. Tears streamed down her cheeks again. She buried her face in her chest and suppressed her sobs. Don't cry. Wu Yan inched closer to Silica, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He patted her head. It's not like your tamed beast can't be resurrected, resurrected. Silica's sobbing shoulders froze. She quickly raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with teary eyes full of hope. Is that true? Pina can be resurrected. Oh really? Wu Yan blushed when a cute girl looked at him like that. He quickly said, in the southern part of the 47th floor, there is a labyrinth outside the circle called the Mound of Memories. There is a rare item at the top of the mound that can be used to resurrect tamed beasts. With that item, Pina can be resurrected. Sheely smiled in surprise, but the next moment, her smile froze. The 47th floor, Silica lowered her head. She raised her head again with determination. I understand. I will work hard to level up. One day, I will reach the 47th floor and get the item that can resurrect Pina. I don't want to hurt your feelings. Wu Yan looked away from Silica. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, if a tamed beast can't be resurrected within 3 days after its death, it can't be resurrected anymore. If the master doesn't go there personally, there is no way to get the item that can be resurrected. Silica trembled. She buried her head in her chest again. She tightened her grip on the feather. Her shoulders shook. Pina, well, you don't have to be sad. Wu Yan shook his head. I can go with you. Getting the item shouldn't be a problem. Silica was stunned. She turned to Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled at her. He opened his personal interface and sent Silica a trade request. He then gave her some items. These are for you. Wu Yan said softly, with these items, you can go to the Mound of Memories by yourself. Are you relieved now? Yes, Shili couldn't help but jump in fright when she saw one piece of excellent equipment after another being traded into her inventory. If she equipped all of these pieces of equipment, her strength would increase by at least 10-fold. If she sold them all, she could fetch an astronomical sum. Shili was somewhat flattered by this sudden development. No. I can't accept these things. Silica said to Wu Yan in a panic. It's not that expensive. Wu Yan scratched his cheek in embarrassment. It's just some low-level items that I couldn't get rid of in the past. I didn't think they would come in handy today. You don't have to worry too much about them. How can I? Silica's voice became softer and softer. Her eyes were trembling as she looked at the items. Although Silica's rationality told her that she couldn't accept these items, her emotions told her that with these items, Pina would be saved. Looking at Silica, Wu Yan knew what she was thinking. He laughed and rubbed her little head. Then take it as my investment. When you're stronger than me in the future, remember to give me more precious equipment than this. Otherwise, I'll definitely stick to you. Silica smiled through her tears. She looked at Wu Yan gratefully. She knew that this was most likely impossible. He was just trying to comfort her. After wiping away her tears, Silica sneaked a glance at Wu Yan. She hesitated for a moment. Why are you so nice to me? Well. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He felt a lot of pressure under Silica's gaze. He had no choice but to say something in a low voice. I can't help it. I can't do anything about a girl's tears. His words, which were as soft as a mosquito's, entered Shili's ears. She was startled and lowered her head. You're such a gentle guy. Gentle. Wu Yan turned his face away guiltily. He exhaled. Do you really believe in my reasons? Maybe I'm lying to you. A smile appeared on Silica's face. I'm willing to believe you. Are you serious? Wu Yan frowned. Be careful. You don't even know if I betray you. I'm willing to believe you. Silica didn't respond directly. Instead, she looked into Wu Yan's eyes and repeated her words with a firm tone. Wu Yan and Silica looked at each other. He tried to find a trace of unnaturalness in Silica's eyes but failed. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Truly, a person who makes people unable to get angry, Silica smiled. If you like this novel, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read it here. Wondrous Brush Pavilion. No pop-up windows. Chapter 661. At night, Aincrad is unusually clean. It's not as colorful as the real world, but it's brightly lit. The ancient buildings look a little misty under the Western European-style lights. Even though the streets aren't that bright, no one would feel bored walking around here. After leaving the Forest of Wandering, Wu Yan and Silica arrived at the closest town to the forest. Wu Yan wanted to go home, but he can't just bring Silica back with him. No matter what, she's still a girl and this is the first time they've met. If he brought her home on their first meeting, not only would he feel awkward about it, Silica might even misunderstand him. Wu Yan forgot about the time he brought Asuna back to his home. Exiting the teleport gate plaza, the two of them headed towards the hotel. Along the way, the passers-by kept looking at Wu Yan. Looking at him with a black greatsword on his back, their eyes were filled with confusion. It's not just the pedestrians, even Silica kept looking at Wu Yan as if she's sizing him up. Wu Yan started to feel a bit uneasy. Say, Silica, is there anything strange about me? Wu Yan couldn't resist Silica's scrutinizing gaze, he helplessly asked. Silica blinked and looked at Wu Yan for a while. Then she said thoughtfully, I have a feeling that Mr. Wu Yan's outfit is very similar to the legendary Fey swordsman. Wu Yan's expression froze. No, it's not just the outfit. Silica looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Even your name is the same as that lord. Could it be that Mr. Wu Yan is that Lord Wu Yan? That's... Wu Yan pursed his lips, he lamented the fact that his equipment is a bit too conspicuous. He didn't intend to hide it, so he was about to admit it when Silica interrupted him. Well, how is that possible? Silica waved her hand. Silica laughed. Lord Fey swordsman has an elven tamed demon. It's much stronger than Pina. Although Mr. Wu Yan looks like Lord Fey swordsman, he doesn't have a tamed demon. How can he be that lord? Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. She was speechless to the extreme. But at the same time, he felt relieved. Could it be that the passers-by only took a glance at his outfit before moving away? Was it because he had kept his healing fairy away that they thought he was just an elven swordsman? It's not hard to understand. Looking at Wu Yan's equipment, you wouldn't be able to tell that it's high level. Other players can easily dress up like him. Only the healing fairy is unique, no one else has it. Naturally, the healing fairy became Wu Yan's defining characteristic. Speaking of which, Wu Yan's nickname was the Fey Swordsman. It's not strange for his healing fairy to become his signature. His healing fairy was different from Silica's Pina. Although they were both healing-type pets, his healing fairy's healing ability was much better than Pina's. It recovered 20% HP every minute. It was because of his healing fairy that Wu Yan was able to run rampant in many high-level labyrinths. On the other hand, Sheely's Pina's healing wasn't as effective. She could only recover around 2000 to 4000 HP per minute. While this was undoubtedly a good effect for low-level players, it wasn't ideal for top-tier players who had over 10,000 HP at any given moment. Of course, this was also because Silica's level was too low. If she had the level of a top player, then Pina's healing ability would be very tempting. No matter what, Pina was a precious tamed demon. Tamed demons wouldn't be so rare if they didn't have any special abilities. At least, Wu Yan had never heard of any other player who had a tamed demon other than himself and Silica. Compared to the healing fairy, Pina's healing ability wasn't as good. However, Pina had self-awareness and could move on its own. Unlike the healing fairy, Pina would only stay by Wu Yan's side and not do anything else other than heal him once a minute. There were pros and cons to this. With self-awareness, Pina's actions were much more independent. Sometimes, it could even bring unimaginable help to its master. For example, if Pina didn't help Silica block the attack, Silica would have died a long time ago. If it were Wu Yan's healing fairy, it would have watched Wu Yan die without hesitation. However, it was also because of this that the healing fairy could be stored in the tamed demon crystal at any time. There was no need to keep it by his side all the time. This saved Wu Yan a lot of trouble. If Silica's level could be increased, she would definitely become the target of all the guilds. Shaking his head, Wu Yan looked at Silica. All right. Then, Silica, why did you call that Fey swordsman lord? Hearing this, Sheely clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest, her face full of longing. Of course, Swordsman is the strongest player in SAO. He alone is comparable to the clearers, and he also has a tamed monster similar to Pina. Swordsman is my idol. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and was speechless. Since he's your idol, why don't you know what he looks like? Seeing Wu Yan's speechless expression, Silica thought he was shocked by her words. She quickly added, of course, Wu Yan-san is also very strong. Is that so? Wu Yan thought Silica was trying to console him. Little did he know, he took care of 3 nightmarish monsters in one go. In Silica's mind, Wu Yan is a high-level player. Not long after, the two arrived at a hotel. Looking at the wooden building, Silica suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Wu Yan-san, you should have your own home, right? Where is your home? It's on the 22nd floor. Wu Yan said helplessly, it's not that far from here. I wanted to go straight home, but since you're here, I'll stay here too, 22 ND floor. Sheely was a little surprised to hear that. I thought with Mr. Wu Yan-san's strength, you should live in a higher floor, the higher the floor, the better. Wu Yan smiled at Silica. At least one of my friends is jealous of my home. She said it has a beautiful environment, is that so? Silica nodded. She tilted her head and said, I really want to see it. Wu Yan's expression became a little sullen when he heard Silica's words. He didn't bring Silica home directly because it was their first meeting, but he didn't expect that she didn't care at all. How could he not feel aggrieved? Ah, isn't this Silica? At this time, a frivolous voice with a hint of sarcasm sounded from not far away. It entered Wu Yan and Silica's ears. Wu Yan frowned and looked at the source of the voice. Silica seemed to recognize the owner of the voice. When she heard the voice, her expression darkened. When the two looked at the source of the voice, they saw a tall, sexy, red-haired female player walking towards them with 3 male players. Silica lowered her head when she saw the person. It seemed like she didn't want to see the other party. However, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Rosalia, the player who teamed up with Silica and swallowed Silica's loot. It was also because of Rosalia that Silica did not have a healing item at the critical moment when she was facing the 3 gorillas, which led to Pina's death. In a way, the person who caused Silica's death was Rosalia. However, Wu Yan was more concerned about Rosalia's other identity. The guild leader of Titan's Hand. Chapter 662. Rosalia didn't know she was being watched. Or rather, she didn't pay attention to Wu Yan who was standing beside Silica. Her attention was completely focused on Silica. I didn't think you'd be able to leave the forest safely. Rosalia walked up to Silica and gave her a sidelong glance. That's great. Even though she said that, Rosalia's tone didn't sound like she was rejoicing for Silica at all. Instead, it sounded very sarcastic. Silica lowered her head, she didn't even dare to look at Rosalia. It's not that she was afraid, it's just that she could already imagine how Rosalia would mock her. Oh, where's that lizard of yours? Rosalia's face was filled with bewilderment. She couldn't help but laugh. Could it be, Pina's dead? Silica's expression dimmed but she quickly raised her head with determination. But I'll bring Pina back to life. Oh. Rosalia's gloating smile froze on her face. A strange light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Silica. So, you're thinking of going to the Hill of Memories? Wu Yan, who's been observing Rosalia from the side, could clearly hear the excitement in her voice when she mentioned the Hill of Memories. It was as if something good was about to happen. It's just that other than Wu Yan, no one else noticed it. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He looked at Rosalia with contempt as if he was looking at a clown. Of course, no one noticed it either. Rosalia rolled her eyes and moved her head closer to Silica. She had a disgusting smile on her face. She looked like a jealous woman. But, with your low level, do you think you can get to the 47th floor? Rosalia's words hit Silica right where it hurt. Her lips trembled, but she calmed down when she thought of the equipment Wu Yan gave her. I can do it. There was an indescribable tenacity in her voice, causing Rosalia to be stunned. And I'm not alone. Silica hugged Wu Yan's arm. She yelled out. Wu Yan-san will accompany me. Wu Yan. Rosalia narrowed her eyes and finally looked at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's black coat and black greatsword, she panicked. When she saw that Wu Yan didn't have a single familiar with him, she sighed in relief. Then, she laughed mockingly. Era, do you think you can conquer the Hill of Memories with the help of someone who looks like the Fey Swordsman? Rosalia said maliciously, be careful not to get your teammates killed because of you. Of course not. Silica shouted angrily, Mr. Wu Yan is very strong. Is that so? Rosalia sneered. She didn't hold back just because Wu Yan was there. She didn't hide her malice at all. You're just a fool. Do you think you can be as strong as the Fey Swordsman just because you dress like him? He has an Fey-tamed monster, not that lizard that died so easily. Rosalia sneered, you should go to a town with more people. It's better to bask in the limelight of the Fey Swordsman than to go out and die. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a name that is so similar to him. You. Silica hugged Wu Yan as tight as she could. Her red eyes were filled with rage. She was about to say something when Wu Yan, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. Shili, have you always been teaming up with people like this? Silica was stunned. Unable to react in time, Rosalia furrowed her brows and she glared at Wu Yan with a vicious glare. What do you mean? Nothing. Wu Yan glanced at Rosalia. I'm just glad that Silica left your team. Oh, is that so? Rosalia was so angry that she laughed. Didn't the lizard die because it left the team? Are you glad that the lizard didn't survive? Well, I guess it's a little annoying to be called all day long. Oh. Wu Yan opened his mouth in surprise. He smiled and said to Rosalia, so you do know that it's annoying to be called all day long. Rosalia's expression darkened and her eyes turned gloomy. If she still can't figure out that she's the one Wu Yan is referring to, she's going to die here and there. Mr. Wu Yan. Silica pulled Wu Yan's sleeve and shook her head. She didn't want Wu Yan to provoke Rosalia. For some reason, Silica had a bad feeling when she saw Rosalia's gloomy eyes. Wu Yan patted Silica's hand and pulled her toward the hotel without looking at Rosalia. Rosalia's gaze followed Wu Yan and Silica until they entered the hotel. She retracted her gaze. No one noticed that her lips are curling into a wicked grin. Rosalia didn't know that when Wu Yan turned around and left, the same smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan took Silica's hand and booked 2 rooms in the hotel. He then led the silent Silica upstairs to one of the rooms. Silica, you'll sleep here tonight. Wu Yan said to Silica, I'll sleep next door. If there's anything, Mr. Wu Yan. Silica suddenly opened her mouth and bowed to Wu Yan. I'm very sorry, I dragged you into this. If it wasn't for her, Wu Yan-san wouldn't have to endure Rosalia's mockery. Although Wu Yan won this round of verbal sparring, Silica still felt a little guilty. Wu Yan laughed and patted Silica's head. Alright, don't mind it too much. In fact, this is what I wanted. Silica raised her head in confusion. She clearly didn't understand Wu Yan's words. Wu Yan naturally wouldn't tell Silica that he purposely angered Rosalia so that she wouldn't come looking for trouble tomorrow. Based on the original story, Rosalia would definitely come looking for them tomorrow. Who knows what kind of accident would happen? Wu Yan just gave her an extra push. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't achieve his goal in the city, Wu Yan would have kicked Rosalia into jail long ago. Wu Yan could only tease Silica meaningfully and mysteriously. "You'll know tomorrow," Silica nodded. She didn't ask any more questions. Since Wu Yan had his own plans, she didn't want to interfere. She wasn't worried that something unexpected would happen tomorrow. It would make Wu Yan feel the need to explain the cruel rules of this world to her. "All right, you should go rest," Wu Yan said with a smile. "Do you want something to eat?" Silica said without hesitation. "Cheesecake." "Cheesecake." Wu Yan nodded. He opened his personal interface and searched for something in his inventory. "I don't have any cheesecake, but I have the ingredients." "Wait for me, I'll go downstairs and borrow the kitchen." Silica was surprised. She said with surprise, "Does Mr. Wu Yan have cooking skills? You can make cheesecake?" "Yeah." Wu Yan puffed out his chest. "I'm not bragging, but there's no food in this world that I can't make." "Really?" Sheely beamed with joy. "Mr. Wu Yan is really amazing. I'd love to try the cheesecake here, but I'm sure Mr. Wu Yan's cheesecake is better than the ones here." "Where do you get your confidence from?" Wu Yan chuckled. He was a little annoyed. In Silica's eyes, someone who could make cheesecake was amazing. As her idol, he should be on the same level as cheesecake, right? Wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 663. Aincrad's 47th floor, Floria. It's a beautiful world surrounded by flowers. Colorful flowers can be seen everywhere in this place. You can see them in every corner of this place. They've been cultivated into a beautiful landscape. Some of them have been circled into flower beds, some of them have been pulled into flower paths. It's like a beautiful garden. You can smell the fragrance of flowers everywhere. It's refreshing. The colorful flowers swayed with the wind, and the petals danced in the air. Drops of pollen glowed faintly under the sunlight, like stars in the daytime, intertwining with the dancing petals in the air. Even those who were allergic to pollen would be subdued by such a scene if they came here. There are also insects crawling on some of the flowers, adding a touch of liveliness to this beautiful world of flowers. It's because of these little creatures that have no level but can't be destroyed that this place doesn't feel dead. After all, without liveliness, no matter how beautiful it is, it'll still feel fake. It's not an exaggeration to call this a world of flowers. The entire 47th floor is a world of flowers. There's not a single place without flowers. That's why the 47th floor is also known as the Garden of Flowers, because it's completely covered in flowers. A world filled with flowers. One can only imagine how beautiful this place is. Compared to Wu Yan's house on the 22nd floor, this place isn't inferior at all. When Wu Yan was planning to buy a place to live, he thought of the 47th floor and the 47th floor. Both the 22nd floor and the 47th floor were within his consideration. Both places are so beautiful that it's hard to believe that they don't exist in the real world. If you can live in these two places, you'll be in a good mood every day. It's a pity that the 47th floor is a world of flowers for couples. It's a rare romantic world. Therefore, the moment the 47th floor was cleared, it became the best dating spot for couples in SAO. Although it's filled with a pink atmosphere, it's not as peaceful as the 22nd floor. Wu Yan decided to go to the 22nd floor instead of the tranquility of the 22nd floor. When Sheely appeared at the entrance of the portal, she was instantly captivated by this dreamlike place. Her little face was full of joy. She looked around and even ran around. She looked around and squatted down from time to sniff the flowers. Coupled with her cute face, she looks like a dancing fairy. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. Wu Yan closed his eyes as he walked down the portal. He took a deep breath of the flower-scented air. His face looked very comfortable. Even though he's been here many times and gave up on the idea of living here, Wu Yan has never hated this place. On the contrary, he's been living in the forest for a long time now. Wu Yan sometimes, it's not a bad idea to live here. Even Wu Yan is like this. Shili, who has never been here before, smiled so much that her eyes squinted. She looked at the flowers everywhere. She wanted to reach out and pick one, but she didn't want to hurt these beautiful things. Her little face twisted. It seems like she's completely immersed in this beautiful world. It wasn't until the couples around her entered Shili's eyes that she abruptly woke up. Looking at the men and women intimately leaning against each other, her young girl's sensitive heart immediately understood what kind of place this was. Shili's face slowly turned red. She secretly glanced at Wu Yan, then she looked away as if she was flattered. Her pink face was full of shyness. It's obvious that she's in love with Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at Shili with a strange smile on his face. He moved his face closer to Shili's. Oh. You're blushing. Do you want to date me here like a couple? Shili cried out in surprise. Her originally pink face suddenly turned bright red. She couldn't get any redder. Looking at the face so close to her, Shili felt a little dizzy. She stammered, No, well, what's there to be shy about? Seeing this scene, I'm afraid any girl would have the same idea. Wu Yan smiled mischievously. I just didn't expect Shili to have such bad thoughts at such a young age. I'm not a little girl. Shili raised her blushing face with an embarrassed expression. Not young. Wu Yan's eyes uncontrollably moved to a certain part of Shili's body, then he couldn't help but sigh. You. Where are you looking at? Shili raised her hands in front of her chest. Her embarrassed expression turned into shame and anger. Mr. Wu Yan, you're a bad guy. Okay, don't be angry. Wu Yan hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't want to tease Shili and make her angry. His rich experience told him that no matter how gentle a girl is, when she's angry, she'll do things that she wouldn't dare to do normally, and things that she wouldn't dare to do normally would happen. It's best if he didn't step on a landmine. Then. Wu Yan's expression softened. He extended his hand to Shili. Want to have a short date? Shili was shocked, looking at Wu Yan's hand and the gentle expression on his face. Her heart beat faster. Her face flushed red. She subconsciously raised one hand to her chest and clenched it into a fist, like a little girl in love. She was a little timid and panicked. After a long time, Shili finally plucked up her courage. She reached her hand into Wu Yan's and held it, her eyes flashing with indescribable splendor. Holding Shili's hand, Wu Yan looked at Shili's blushing face. He couldn't help but ask, Shili, is this your first time holding hands with a boy? Shili lowered her head. She didn't answer Wu Yan, but when he saw her neck turning red, how could Wu Yan not know the truth? For the first time, Wu Yan felt like he was a sinner. Although the entire 47th floor was covered in flowers, it wasn't to the point where there were no flowers. Setting aside the town, there must be buildings in addition to flowers. There are also roads in the wilderness. It's just that they're surrounded by flower beds. There are traces of flowers everywhere. Walking on a road accompanied by flowers, sometimes people will even subconsciously let down their guard, completely forgetting that there are monsters in the wilderness, just like Wu Yan and Shili. Wu Yan was fine, at least he still paid attention to his surroundings, but Shili couldn't. In such a beautiful world, holding hands with a boy she has feelings for, Shili's heart has already flown to the ends of the earth. Later on, several vine monsters wrapped around her hands and feet with their vines, making her look like an innocent girl who has been touched by a tentacle. Of course, in Wu Yan's eyes, it's a feast for the eyes. Fortunately, the monsters on the 47th floor are super weak to Wu Yan, they're no threat to him at all. It's the same for Sheely. After equipping Wu Yan's equipment, Sheely's level is a bit lower, but her stats are better than those monsters. As long as she doesn't encounter a boss or a labyrinth, Sheely can easily move around on the 50th floor. After an unknown amount of time, the top of the memory hill finally appeared in front of them. When Sheely ran to the end of the stone platform, a white flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a warm glow, it displayed its beauty. Sheely plucked the flower and held it in front of her chest as if it was a precious treasure. Looking at the flower in her hand, Sheely murmured, "If this is the case, Pina can be revived." Wu Yan nodded with a smile, then his smile gradually turned cold. "The fish on my side has also taken the bait." Sheely was stunned. Before she could react, Wu Yan turned around and said indifferently, "Come out, wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember." Chapter 664. Come out. A cold and indifferent voice reverberated in the surroundings, spreading in all directions. As the voice rang out, the temperature of the surroundings, which was filled with warmth due to the flowers, dropped at an extremely fast speed, replaced by a coldness that couldn't be ignored. Sheely's heart clenched tightly in her chest. "What's wrong with you?" "The surroundings are quiet, there aren't any sounds. Other than the flowers, there are only trees in this place." Silica looked around but she didn't find anything out of the ordinary, so she turned towards Wu Yan. At this moment, a blurry figure moved gently from behind a tree. The sound of footsteps attracted Silica's attention. Silica saw Rosalia, who had been bullying her all this time, walk out from behind the tree. Miss Rosalia." Silica was shocked. Rosalia smiled. Her smile was unusually happy. "I didn't expect you to see through my concealment. Looks like your detection skill is quite high." "Skill?" Wu Yan smirked. "No, you're wrong. Although my search skill is not low, I really didn't use it to discover you this time." The smile on Rosalia's face froze, and she frowned. "You didn't use detection to find me. Then how did you find me?" Rather than a discovery, it is more like a prediction." Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and he looked at Rosalia with a nonchalant expression. "I knew you'd show up here sooner or later." Rosalia's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" "It's simple." In Silica's surprised eyes, Wu Yan looked at Rosalia. "I've been coming for you since the beginning." Rosalia's expression changed. From the moment she appeared until now, the look in her eyes as if she was looking at a prey also disappeared. Vaguely, she had a bad premonition. Rosalia's heart was filled with emotions. "Wu Yan-san." Silica looked at Wu Yan in shock. Well, it's hard to explain. I don't have the patience." Wu Yan shrugged and looked in another direction. "So, I'll let someone else explain it to you." Silica and Rosalia were both startled. At the same time, a sigh suddenly sounded, startling them. They turned to look at the source of the sigh and saw that it was coming from a woman. A black figure with a sword on his back slowly walked up to them. "I can't believe you made it in time." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "If you came any later, I would have been able to deal with you. Fortunately, I made it in time." The figure smiled and looked at the surprised Rosalia. "Otherwise, wouldn't I have lost the bet between us?" Someone came. It was Kirito. "You." Rosalia looked back and forth between Wu Yan and Kirito. Her eyes darkened. "You guys are in cahoots." "You can say that. After all, you're our target." Kirito smiled at Rosalia. "Rosalia-san, don't." Kirito's expression turned serious. "The leader of the Orange Guild, Titan's Hand, Orange Guild." Silica couldn't help but take half a step back. She looked at Rosalia, who had a wicked smile on her face, and said in disbelief, But she's a green name." "Ah, that's true," Kirito said softly. "As the leader of a guild, she doesn't need to do anything herself. I think Rosalia-san is looking for prey and bringing them to her orange companions. That's why her name is Green, right?" Upon hearing that, Rosalia raised her head, and her expression turned sinister. "You knew everything, yet you came here alone. I can't believe you're willing to go this far." "I had no choice," Kirito sighed. "Well, it's my fault for accepting someone else's request. That's right." Kirito narrowed his eyes and glared at Rosalia. 10 days ago, you attacked the Silver Flag Guild and killed everyone except the guild master. You can't have forgotten about this matter, right?" "Silver Flag." Rosalia nodded thoughtfully. "So it's those poor bastards. The leader of Silver Flag has been at the frontline plaza since then, crying and begging for someone to avenge them." Kirito's voice turned cold as he recalled how the leader of Silver Flag begged for help. "He didn't want anyone to kill you, he wanted to send you to prison. Do you understand his feelings?" Ah. I don't understand at all." Rosalia didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, she mocked him. Is he an idiot? In any case, no one can prove that he's really dead even if he kills someone. Kirito's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath. It's obvious that he's angry now. "It seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Rosalia was amused by Kirito's words, she couldn't help but giggle. "Do you think you can do it?" After saying that, Rosalia shouted to the people around her. "What are you waiting for? Come out!" What she got in response was a series of thuds and screams. When Rosalia came back to her senses, she saw familiar figures flying out from behind the trees. They crashed into the ground in front of her and stacked on top of each other. They're the other members of Titan's Hand, Rosalia's companions. What? Looking at her subordinates who were stacked in front of her with their HP remaining in the red zone, Rosalia was truly shocked this time. At this moment, a hand reached out from behind Rosalia and pressed on her shoulder. "As you wish, they're out." Wu Yan's voice came from behind Rosalia. She broke out in cold sweat. "But I did help them. You don't have to thank me." As soon as her voice subsided, Rosalia's body flew up into the air, and the world spun around her. She fell from the air and landed on the top of the Titan's Hand members who were stacked on top of each other. Wu Yan clapped his hands and stepped forward. "It's done." "Hey!" Kirito's face fell. He turned to Wu Yan and complained. "You cheated. Who's acting shamelessly?" Wu Yan straightened his back like it's only natural. "You were the one who stood there and didn't do anything. How could I turn down such a good opportunity?" "You." Kirito didn't know what to say. He finally understood why Wu Yan asked him to come out and explain himself. "You." Rosalia, who was at the top of the pile of people, shouted unwillingly, "Who are you people?" Wu Yan and Kirito looked at each other and smiled. Elven swordsman Wu Yan. Black swordsman Kirito. Wah. Rosalia looked at Wu Yan and Kirito in disbelief. Her face turned pale. She opened her mouth but no words came out. In the end, she lowered her head. Elven swordsman. Silica looked at Wu Yan in a daze. The thousands of words in her heart turned into complicated emotions. Wu Yan walked up to Silica and he patted her little head with a smile. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" And no." Silica shook her head. She looked at Wu Yan hesitantly. "Are you really the elven swordsman?" "I've never hidden my identity." Wu Yan smiled. "You were the one who denied my identity last night." Silica's face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Wu Yan again. Wu Yan rubbed her head in amusement. He looked at Silica's face and after thinking for a bit, he squatted down and looked into Silica's eyes. "Hey, Silica." Wu Yan tilted his head and smiled. "Do you want to join the clearers?" Silica was stunned. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 665. Aincrad's 50th floor, inside a hotel, Silica was holding a cup anxiously, her hands kept rubbing the surface of the cup. Her red eyes stared at the entrance of the hotel, then turned to Wu Yan in front of her with a nervous expression. "Hey, Wu Yan Nai-san." Silica pursed her lips, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Am I really going to be okay? Well, relax. Wu Yan calmly took a sip of his drink. Seeing Silica's nervous expression, he comforted her. "Don't worry, you can do it, but..." Silica didn't relax at all, she looked even more worried, she even lowered her head. "A player like me joining the clearers, don't underestimate yourself." Wu Yan patted the revived Pina in Silica's arms and said with a smile. "Pina is a very rare tamed monster with healing abilities. A tamed monster like her can save countless lives in the front line. I believe there's no one who wouldn't want a tamed monster like her. If it weren't for your low level, the clearers would have scrambled to recruit you. But my level is too low, isn't it?" Silica said in a low voice. "Won't I be a burden if I'm like this?" Level is a small matter. If you want to level up, you can level up at any time. Besides, I'm not asking you to join the front line right away. Even if you join the front line, you won't be a burden." Seeing Silica's lack of confidence, Wu Yan patted her little head. "As long as you level up, Silica will be able to help a lot. Plus, you'll have a lot of companions with you, she won't be a burden, she can help a lot, and most importantly, she'll have companions." No matter how uneasy Silica was, she couldn't help but be tempted. In the past, Silica had a lot of companions. She formed a lot of parties and joined a lot of teams. There were also a lot of people who invited her. However, all of these people treated her like a mascot. He didn't treat her as a friend at all. In addition, Sheely's combat power was not very strong, so although she had formed a lot of teams, she was still very weak. However, none of them were able to stay for long. For such a long time in the game, Silica was like Wu Yan. She had been alone the whole time. If it wasn't for Pina's company, Silica would have been in a lot of pain as an underage girl wandering around in a world where she could die at any time. Sheely also hoped that she could have a partner who treated her with sincerity. She also hoped that she could be of great help and not be as useless as she was in the past when she was immersed in the title of a dragon envoy. It was also because of this that when Wu Yan saved her and sincerely wanted to help her, Sheely chose to trust him without hesitation. Now, not only will she have the opportunity to join the clearers that all players idolize, but she will also have a partner. She couldn't help but look forward to it, but it's also because of this that Sheely is so nervous. She's like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Her heart is beating fast, there's not a moment when she's not worried. While Sheely was waiting anxiously, at some point, two slender figures walked in from the entrance of the hotel. They were wearing very ordinary casual clothes. None of their equipment was eye-catching. However, when the two of them walked into the inn, they immediately attracted the attention of most of the players. That was because their looks were enough to make their ordinary casual clothes shine. As soon as they walked into the hotel, they looked around and glanced at each table. It wasn't until they saw Wu Yan sitting in the corner with Sheely that their eyes lit up and a smile appeared on their faces. "Onie-chan." "Yen." Wu Yan and Sheely heard a crisp voice calling out to them, attracting their attention. When Wu Yan saw the two figures, Wu Yan smiled. "Shing, you're here, they're Xing and Xian. As soon as we received your mail, we came over immediately. How about it? It's an honor, right? Xian ran up to Wu Yan and put her hands on her hips. She looked like she was saying, I'm good to you, you have to thank me. This made Wu Yan feel helpless. I know what happened. Xing greeted Wu Yan and then looked at the nervous Shili. She tilted her head and smiled. You're Shili, right? You're just as Onie-chan said, you're very cute. Shili's face immediately turned red. She stood up in a panic and bowed to Sachi. Hello, I'm Shili. After that, she lifted Pina up from her arms. This is Pina, Ing. Pina called out spiritually. It was as if she was greeting someone, which made people feel fond of her. Xing and Xian looked at the cute girl and pet in front of them. They immediately had a good impression of Shili. The smiles on their faces deepened. Hey, Shili. Xian ran up to Shili and stared at Pina, her eyes twinkling like stars. Can I hug it? Before Shili could answer, Pina quickly shook her head and shrunk her body into Shili's arms. Everyone knew what she was thinking when they saw her reaction. This. Shili felt awkward. She looked at Pina in her arms and apologized to Xian. I'm sorry, Pina doesn't seem to like other people hugging it. Why is that? Xian didn't hide her disappointment. She pouted and looked unhappy, but she didn't ask for anything else. She made a face at Shili and turned her head away angrily. Wu Yan and Sachi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sachi, what do you think? Wu Yan pushed Shili in front of Sachi and smiled. Can you let Shili join the Moonlit Black Cats? Sachi hasn't picked up a weapon for a long time. Her personality made her unsuitable for the battlefield. After the Moonlit Black Cats grew stronger, Suda didn't let Sachi join the battle anymore. Instead, he let Sachi handle the affairs of the Moonlit Black Cats. She's in charge of the guild's affairs. This was exactly what Sachi wanted. She wasn't someone who liked to fight. If possible, she wanted to live a peaceful life. Hence, she didn't object. Currently, other than the frontline matters, Sachi was in charge of almost everything in the Black Cat clan, including recruiting members. That's why Wu Yan asked Sachi to recruit Silica into the Moonlit Black Cats. He didn't know if Silica would become a useful member of the Clearers, but at the very least, he didn't want Silica to have to fight alone in a low-leveled area. That way, he wouldn't feel at ease. Shili became even more nervous after hearing Wu Yan's words. She hugged Pina even tighter. Pina seemed to have sensed her master's mood. She looked up at Shili and said something to comfort her. Sachi looked at Celica and smiled at her. Joining the Moonlit Black Cats won't be a problem. Although the guild's recruitment criteria is strict, Shili has Pina. I believe no one will object to her joining the guild. Shili's face lit up. That means, if you want to join the frontline clearers, Silica, you still need to work hard. Sachi said gently, but if it's just joining the Moonlit Black Cats, that's not a problem, I'll agree. Really? Shili looked at Sachi expectantly. She couldn't help but cheer when she saw Sachi nodding with a smile. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. That's great. Oh, Sachi and Xian let out a long oh sound. They looked at Wu Yan with an ambiguous gaze. Wu Yan smiled embarrassedly. He quickly made a gesture to show that he and Shili are innocent. As for whether other people believe it or not, that's their business. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 666. While Wu Yan, Silica, Sachi, and Xian are having a good time chatting, Kirito is having a hard time. Inside an item store, Agile, Kirito's friend, couldn't believe his ears when he heard Kirito's words. You want me to contact Asuna? Agile looked at Kirito with a strange look. Even his expression became strange. Aren't you always at odds with her? As a member of the Clearers, Agile had seen Kirito and Asuna quarrel more than once in the Clearers meeting. Everyone in the Clearers knew that the relationship between the two was a bit bad. Asuna was known as the Ghost of Strategy, but she was also known as the Berserker. Sometimes, Asuna's methods were unsatisfactory. For example, she lured the boss from outside the safe zone into the safe zone and let the boss attack the NPCs while the players attacked the boss. Even if the NPCs weren't alive, they would still come back to life after a while. Even Kirito didn't agree with this method. Kirito and Asuna had conflicts more than once, and they even had a big fight during the strategy meeting. Now that Kirito took the initiative to contact Asuna, how could Agile not be surprised? Even the Black Swordsman, Kirito fell for, Flash, Asuna's charm. Is that why he wants to pursue her? Thinking of this, Agile looked at Kirito with a strange expression. Kirito saw this. Kirito's eyes were glaring. What are you thinking? Kirito sighed helplessly. I just want to ask her something, is that so? Agile glanced at Kirito suspiciously. But when he thought about his friend's unsociable personality, Agile felt that his guess was unrealistic. He nodded. All right, I'll help you contact her. Then, he said. Agile couldn't help but say something. Seriously, we're all Clearers, can't you just add her as a friend? Kirito patted his head and said as if he had a headache, you know, I'm not that close with her. Although we teamed up once to clear the first floor's boss, I'm not that close with her. But who would have thought that she would join the Knights of the Blood and become the Ghost of Strategy? At this point, Kirito raised his head and narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking of something. But lately, Asuna's strategy seems to be different from before. Agile stopped what he was doing and furrowed his dark brows. Indeed. In the past, Asuna would even come up with the idea of having the boss slaughter NPCs for the sake of clearing the dungeon. Her strategy doesn't seem to be that extreme anymore. Most of the time, she's following the rules. Her strategy is steady, just like. She doesn't seem to be in a hurry to clear the floor. Kirito suddenly said. Yeah. That's right. Agile punched his fist in the palm of his hand and rubbed his chin. Why is there such a sudden change? Well, who knows? Kirito leaned on the counter and said casually. Maybe it's because of the title of Berserker. Despite what he said, Kirito had a feeling that there was something else that caused Asuna's change. He couldn't help but recall what happened after he sent the Titan's hand to the prison. Help you find a weapon that suits you. Kirito was confused when he heard Wu Yan's request. He glanced at the heaven gazer on Wu Yan's back. Hasn't your weapon been with you all this time? Didn't you strengthen it until now? Why do you suddenly want a suitable weapon? Can't your weapon keep up with your growth? That's not it. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and said helplessly. The heaven gazer has been with me for a long time. I spent a lot of money to modify it, so of course it can keep up with my growth. But there's only one heaven gazer, and I don't have another weapon that can rival it. Another weapon? Kirito frowned and suddenly thought of something. Oh right, you have the dual sword skill, so you can equip 2 weapons. That's it. Wu Yan sighed and said. The problem with the other weapon has been bothering me for a long time. I searched everywhere but couldn't find a suitable weapon. So I have to ask you, no wonder you made a bet with me. Kirito's mouth twitched. So that's what you were thinking. Well, you have more connections than I do. Wu Yan smiled and patted Kirito's shoulder. I don't know who else to ask other than you. Don't you have a good relationship with the moonlit black cats? Kirito turned around and looked at Wu Yan. It shouldn't be hard to ask them to help you find a good blacksmith, right? You're right, I had the same idea. Wu Yan said with a bright smile on his face. Who knew I'd run into you? Kirito choked on his words and became annoyed. I'm a lone wolf, I have some connections but they're not that good. Did you ask the wrong person? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and stared at Kirito's face. Kirito-san, are you trying to renege on your promise? No. Kirito said with embarrassment. But I don't know any good blacksmiths, that's easy. Wu Yen rolled his eyes and he said something shocking to Kirito. I heard Asuna has a blacksmith friend, go ask her for help, she might be able to point you in the right direction. What? Asuna. Kirito almost couldn't catch his breath. He couldn't help but take a step back. Don't you know I don't have a good relationship with her? I'm just asking her where her friend is. Wu Yen smiled awkwardly. Even if you don't have a good relationship with her, she won't refuse such a simple request, right? Then why don't you ask her yourself? Wu Yan's smile froze on his face and his expression turned unnatural. Should he tell Kirito that he didn't dare? That would make him a laughing stock. Under Kirito's scrutinizing gaze, Wu Yen stuttered for a bit. He didn't know what to say and he started getting angry. Cut the crap. That's what you lost to me. Are you going to help me or not? Kirito sucked in a deep breath. His shoulders slumped as he glanced at Wu Yan's angry face. He had no choice but to say this in a helpless manner. I got it, Wu Yan grinned from ear to ear. Then I'll leave this glorious mission to you. Kirito recalled Wu Yan stuttering and his intuition told him that Wu Yan didn't go to Asuna himself and Asuna changed her mind. There must be something going on between the two, it should be. Kirito pondered for a while and smiled bitterly. Since when did he become so nosy? What happened to them had nothing to do with him. He just needed to finish what he had promised to do. It's done. Agile put away his interface and looked at Kirito. I've contacted Asuna. What do you think? Do you want to ask her out? I don't think so. Kirito quickly refused. Just ask her something for me. I'll ask her. Agile pointed at his nose and said in a weird tone. Is it okay for me to know? I told you, it's not what you think. Kirito glanced at Agile. Fine, what do you want to ask? Help me ask if she has a blacksmith friend. Friend? What? Is there a problem? I say, Kirito, don't tell me you're going to ask Asuna's friend because you know it's hopeless. I told you, it's not what you think. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 667. What? Would he have to wait a little longer? Wu Yan was surprised when he saw Kirito's email. He frowned for a moment before relaxing. Why? Did Asuna really not introduce her friend to you? She did, but there was a small accident. Kirito replied. What accident? Basically, Asuna's friend is really good at forging weapons, but unfortunately, a certain someone's request is beyond her ability. Wu Yan could see Kirito's annoyance from the email. Since her forging skill needs to be improved, I have to wait for her to level up before I can forge the weapon. No way. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel aggrieved. If that's the case, I might as well look for her myself. Maybe it'll be faster. Actually, it won't take long. If you can't afford to wait, you can try to find one yourself. But don't blame me for reminding you, at this stage, there aren't many weapons that can match your Heaven Gazer. Even if you ask a blacksmith to forge it, I'm afraid the result will be the same. After all, Liz's forging skill is one of the best in SAO. Indeed, although the progress of SAO's raid is pretty good, and the players and crafting classes are almost fully developed, it's still not enough. Most of the players' equipment can be provided by the blacksmiths, but Wu Yan isn't one of them. Wu Yan can only blame himself for being too strong. As the strongest player in SAO, he has the highest requirement for equipment. To be honest, there aren't many pieces of equipment that can meet his requirements at this stage. If Wu Yan didn't have that set of equipment, he wouldn't be able to reach this level. If he relied on his crafting class to be self-sufficient, Wu Yan's equipment would be at least one level lower. Of course, Wu Yan can also find a good weapon and spend a lot of money to upgrade it to the same level as the Heaven Gazer. But since he has to find one, of course, he's looking for a weapon with a decent base value. Wouldn't it be better than using those trash weapons to enhance them? That's why Wu Yan got the Heaven Gazer, because of his luck. That's why he got such a good weapon on the first floor. Wu Yan couldn't refute Kirito's words. He decided to wait a little longer. It's better than running around looking for wild bosses to test his luck, isn't it? Also, there aren't many bosses that can meet Wu Yan's requirements. Testing his luck isn't just for show. It's a good thing that Wu Yan hasn't been forced to use Dual Blade Ryu yet. With his current strength, even without Dual Blade Ryu, he'll be able to get by pretty well. If it gets to the point where I have to use it, I'll have to use some backup weapons. I'm just afraid they'll break at a critical moment. Wu Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. He's gone through the hardships that are unique to players. Should he be happy? Or a disaster? But when he thought about Silica's progress, Wu Yan's mood improved a lot. Now, Sheely had joined the Moonlit Black Cats and become a member. Due to the rarity of tamers, Silica's level is a bit low. But since it was Wu Yan who recommended her to join the Moonlit Black Cats, Suda and the others took extra care of Silica, especially Sachi and Cheyenne. The two girls even wanted Silica to join them. In just a few days, the relationship between the three of them has improved tremendously. They're even calling each other sister. Wu Yan can't help but marvel at how familiar girls can be with each other. Right now, the Moonlit Black Cats had already sent some high-level players to help Silica level up. Once Silica matured, her title as the Dragon Envoy would become another attraction on the front lines. Perhaps she could even compete with Asuna. In the original work, Silica's potential was neglected. She had a precious regenerative tamed monster that could be a powerful support. But she only showed up a few times before she disappeared. Until the end of SAO, she was just a bystander. It's such a waste of an excellent priest. Wu Yan told Kirito to bring him his weapon when he's done. Then, he put away his character interface. As for the materials and money, that's Kirito's problem. Who told him to lose a bet with him? Although he suspected of using the original work to trick him, well, it's not like Kirito is short on money. Wu Yan said. He's taking pleasure in Kirito's misfortune, it's not like he's doing anything wrong. Unfortunately, before he could finish gloating, an email appeared in front of him, causing him to lose his composure. Did you tell that guy to come to me and introduce Liz to him? Wu Yan's face stiffened. He didn't even need to look at the sender to know that it's from Asuna. Wu Yan took a deep breath and cursed in his mind. Then, he burst into tears. It seems like Kirito sold him out. Wu Yan had no choice but to reply. Kirito told you that. You're such a liar. As soon as he sent the email, Asuna's reply appeared in front of him. Since you know that I have a good blacksmith friend, why didn't you come to me directly? Asuna's question is obviously her main concern. Otherwise, she wouldn't have replied so quickly. Wu Yan's face fell. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He wanted to know what's wrong with him. Why didn't he just contact Asuna? Is it because he's afraid of contacting Asuna? How is that possible? Since someone is willing to work for me for free, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't make use of it? After replying, Wu Yan stood there in a daze for a long time. Why do I feel like I'm being too arrogant? Wu Yan didn't know how Asuna felt after reading the email. He waited for a long time but didn't receive a reply. This made Wu Yan feel a little uneasy. This Asuna, is she mad at me, right? This thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Asuna might look majestic on the surface, but she can be more childish than anyone else. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bidden him for half the night when he mocked her for thinking too much. Wu Yan pursed his lips and thought for a long time. He still didn't receive a reply from Asuna. He sighed and sent an email. Fine, it's my fault. Tell me, how can I make it up to Asuna-sama to forgive me? Asuna seemed to have been waiting for Wu Yan to say that. She quickly replied after being quiet for a while. 10 dishes. Wu Yan almost died from shock. Are you serious? Have you forgotten what happened to you the last time you ate 12 dishes? Last time, the two had a cooking duel. Since Wu Yan won, Asuna turned the pain of losing into appetite. She ate all 12 dishes made by Wu Yan and ended up with a bloated stomach. She didn't go home that night and stayed at Wu Yan's place for the night. Wu Yan wanted to complain about how Asuna still has the energy to bite him even though her stomach is so bloated that she can't go back. It's not that Wu Yan can't make 10 dishes, he's just worried that Asuna won't be able to finish them. That's more than enough to fill the stomachs of Toka and Astria. From a certain perspective, Asuna is considered a god. Wu Yan didn't know what Asuna's expression was when she saw his email. He felt like he had to wait for another long time. If he doesn't agree to her request, she won't reply to him even if she dies. Alright, I'll agree to it. Wu Yan collapsed as if he used up all his strength. He was speechless. Women are the hardest to deal with. Chapter 668. It's nighttime. As soon as he got home, Wu Yan went straight to the kitchen, made all 10 dishes that he promised Asuna, and placed them on the dining table. The cooking process in SAO was simplified by a lot. It only took Wu Yan 10 minutes to cook all 10 dishes. Wu Yan also increased the durability of the dishes to the maximum. Therefore, the dishes would still be steaming hot even if they were to be served the next day. There's no refrigerator in SAO to keep the dishes warm. Just like equipment, the dishes here have a certain durability, but the durability of the equipment is consumed by usage, while the durability of the dishes is consumed by time. Once the time is up, the dishes will disappear and turn into pieces. Because of this, most chefs wouldn't make a lot of dishes, they would only make them when needed. Otherwise, he would have taken out all the ingredients in his item bar and made them into dishes and put them in his item bar. That way, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of cooking for himself every day, once and for all. After making the dishes, Wu Yan went to the sofa, sat down, opened his personal interface, and tapped a few times. A piece of paper appeared in front of him out of thin air and fell into his hand. After pouring a cup of black tea, Wu Yan took a sip while glancing at the paper. After a while, he stopped. Wow, I actually cleared the level again. The clearers seemed to be working really hard recently. Although he said that, Wu Yan's face was filled with dissatisfaction. The reward for killing the floor boss is recognized as the highest among all the floor bosses. If Wu Yan killed the floor boss alone, he would have leveled up several times. But if the clearers killed the floor boss, the reward would have been divided equally among all the clearers, and there wouldn't be much left. Of course, the reward for killing the floor boss is secondary. The most important thing is that the clearers found the floor boss's room before him. This made Wu Yan very unhappy. It can't be helped, the more people there are, the better. Wu Yan can't find the floor boss's room by himself, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. Could it be that Asuna is in a good mood because she cleared another dungeon today and decided to have a good meal with me? Wu Yan seriously doubted it. Compared to the reason why he's angry, the above reason should be more reasonable. I fell into the trap. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Tossing the matter of clearing the dungeon to the back of his mind, he started skimming through the paper again. When he didn't find any useful information, he tossed the paper back onto the table. It seems that I need to work harder. Wu Yan's quest was to clear all 100 floors of Aincrad. He didn't say he had to do it himself. Even if he had to kill the 100th floor's boss, he would have to do it himself. Wu Yan's quest is considered complete since it's another player who took down Sao. This is understandable. No matter how good Wu Yan is, he can't clear all 100 floors by himself. After all, there are so many players in the game, the more the merrier. There are always some things that Wu Yan can't do. For example, the floor boss's room is not easy to find. In other words, even if Wu Yan is waiting for his death in Sao, he will still be able to clear the floor boss's room. If someone clears the floor boss's room, his compulsory quest will be completed. It sounds easy, he doesn't have to do anything himself, but with his personality, he's not going to just sit here and wait for others to clear the stage. Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not. Even if it's possible, he would have to spend quite a bit of time in this world. By that time, he wouldn't be able to fight monsters, he wouldn't be able to level up, and he wouldn't have any money. Without money, where would he find a place to stay for a few years? He needs money to stay in a hotel. Besides, Wu Yan is not the kind of person who will wait for others to clean up his mess. Even if he can't clear all the floors by himself, he will at least try his best. At least, he won't waste his time in the game. It's a pity that Chuju, Mikoto, and the others can't come with me. Wu Yan said regretfully. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door, waking up Wu Yan from his thoughts. Wu Yan stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. You're here, Wu Yan, Na-san. I'm here to see you. Wu Yan's voice stopped abruptly, it was stuck in his throat. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the petite figure waving at him with a smile. Silica! Wu Yan shouted. Why are you here? Silica scratched her cheeks in embarrassment, her face blushed. I heard from Sachi, Nii-san, that the place you live is very beautiful, so I wanted to come and see. Silica stole a glance at Wu Yan, her eyes were a little wet, and her face was a little pitiful. I can't, Wu Yan laughed dryly, then sighed. It's not that I can't, but I have a guest coming over tonight, and I'm a little surprised that you're here. A guest? Silica's twin ponytails moved like her ears, she looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Wu Yan, Nii-san, you have a guest. Sachi, Nii-san said that you never let anyone come over. How do I put this? It's a long story, so I won't explain. Wu Yan opened the door and stepped aside. Well, since you're here, there's no reason for you to come in vain. Come on in, we'll have dinner together later. Silica beamed as she ran into the room in a cheerful manner. Wu Yan found it hilarious. Wu Yan, Nii-san, this place is really beautiful. Everyone who comes here must first run to the window that looks like a door to look at the scenery outside. Silica did the same, her face was pressed against the glass, her eyes were shining. It's as beautiful as the garden of flowers on the 47th floor, but you should prefer the 47th floor, right? Sitting on the sofa, Wu Yan couldn't help but tease. It seems like girls prefer flowers and plants to forests and lakes, right? Silica. Upon hearing Wu Yan's words, Silica recalled the day when she held hands with Wu Yan on the 47th floor and went up the memory hill. Her pretty face blushed. It's not like that. Silica hugged Pina, who was on her head, and stammered, I like both of you, oh. Really? Wu Yan chuckled, his laughter was full of naughtiness. Why does it sound like you don't really mean it, Wu Yan and Nii-san? Silica yelled at Wu Yan in exasperation. She's too thin-skinned to take Wu Yan's teasing. If this goes on, she's going to run for her life. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Wu Yan quickly waved his hand. Oh, Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Silica turning her head away in a huff. He sized her up and said, "Silica, go change into some casual clothes, you don't need to wear any equipment here." "Okay." Silica reluctantly left the window and went inside. Seeing this, Wu Yan pointed at a room. "That room is a guest room, no one is staying there. Go change inside." In SAO, players don't need to go to the toilet at all, no matter how much food they eat or how much water they drink. Plus, players won't get dirty, so toilets, bathrooms, etc. Of course, if you're interested, you can also buy a bathroom and enjoy the feeling of bathing. But of course, if you're interested, you can also buy a bathroom and enjoy the bath. When Silica walked into the guest room, Wu Yan sighed, shook his head, leaned back on the sofa, and drank some black tea. Wu Yan glanced at the dishes on the table and muttered, "Asuna should be here soon, right?" Wu Yan looked at the door and scratched his head. "I wonder what Asuna's expression will be when she sees Silica. She won't draw her sword right away, right?" Wu Yan suddenly thought. "I seem to be in a bit of danger." If you like this novel, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go here. Wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 669. It doesn't take a lot of time for players to change their equipment or clothes. They only need to click once and the equipment or clothes will be put on and taken off. However, there would be a 2 to 3 seconds when the player's clothes would be removed, revealing their undergarments. Therefore, most players would not change their equipment in front of others. No matter how short the time was, no one would be willing to let others see their bodies. This is a good thing for those who hate trouble. They only need to click once or twice and their clothes will be put on and taken off automatically. There's nothing more convenient than this. Not to mention, the clothes in SAO won't get dirty, so there's no need to wash them. When Silica came out of her room, she had changed into something that looked like a nightgown. She looked even cuter than usual. Wu Yan couldn't help but give her a sidelong glance. What's wrong?" Silica seemed to be a little nervous. Her hands were clenched together, and her face was red. "Don't I look good?" Nah, she's pretty cute," Wu Yan commented with a smile. Then, he looked at Silica again. "By the way, where's Pina? Didn't she go in with you?" "Pina fell asleep." Silica walked to the opposite side of Wu Yan and sat on the sofa. "I saw a bed inside, so I let Pina sleep on it for the time being." "I see." Wu Yan nodded and said with a sigh. "What a magical tamed monster, it can even sleep. Look at my tamed monster, it can only fly around and heal me. It can't do anything else after it recovers my HP. I wonder what it would be like if it had a mind of its own." "But Wu Yan, Sama's tamed monster is really powerful, right?" Silica said enviously. Sister Xing said, "That's right." Sister Xing said that Wu Yan, Sama's tamed monster, is his right-hand man. If they have a tamed monster like that, they won't be afraid of the monsters. You won't be afraid of fighting those monsters, you're much stronger than Pina. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Wu Yan poured a cup of black tea and pushed it to Silica. Once Silica's level increases, Pina will become very powerful as well. "Yes. I will do my best." Sheely clenched her small fists, her fighting spirit soaring. Seeing her like this, Wu Yan was relieved. It seemed that Sheely should be doing well in the moonlit black cats. If it was the old Sheely, she would only doubt whether she could do it, instead of making up her mind to work hard. The only time she made up her mind to try was when Pina died. "By the way, Sheely, do they know that you're here?" Big Sister Xing and Big Sister Shireen didn't know that I was coming here. I came here on my own. No wonder. The two of them have always wanted to visit me, but I'm usually not at home. I'm always at the front line. Unless they come at night. Then they'll come at night. That's easy for you to say. Which girl would come to a boy's house at night? I'm not casual at all. Yes. Sheely is an exception. The two of them chatted like this. From time to time, Wu Yan's laughter and Sheely's angry voice could be heard, accompanied by the passage of time. Knock, knock, knock. At a certain moment, a series of knocks came from the door, interrupting the two of them who were in the midst of laughing and chatting. Finally, Wu Yan shook his head and stood up. My guest is here, Sheely, please wait. Sheely nodded, her pair of red eyes uncontrollably moved to the door, her eyes were filled with curiosity. According to Xing and Shireen, Wu Yan's house has never received guests before. Even the two of them who are closest to Wu Yan in SAO don't usually come here. Sheely thought she would be the first guest to visit Wu Yan's house, but she didn't expect Wu Yan to have a guest. Wu Yan walked to the door and slowly opened it. The first thing he saw was a head of chestnut-colored hair. Wu Yan knew it was Asuna. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Asuna clasped her hands together and said embarrassedly, the clearers insisted that I stay to celebrate, to deal with, well, that's understandable. Wu Yan shrugged. You're the Flash Asuna, how could the men let go of such an idol? Wu Yan stepped aside and said to Asuna, come in. Excuse me. Asuna called out as if she was familiar with the place. Then, she walked into the room. What she didn't know was that Silica, who heard Asuna's voice in the hall, was already stunned. A girl. Silica looked at the door in surprise. Her eyes met Asuna's, and both of them froze on the spot. What's wrong? Wu Yan came up to them. He was confused when he saw Asuna and Silica acting this way. Do you know each other? No. I don't know. Asuna and Silica shook their heads subconsciously before they realized what was going on. I say. Asuna's eyes twitched, she slowly turned her head to Wu Yan and asked, why is there a girl here? Wu Yan Nei. Sheely was also surprised, the guest you mentioned is this. Wu Yan blinked his eyes and he looked at Asuna and Silica. Then, he punched his palms and he laughed out loud. Are you two jealous? Jealous? Eat, jealous. Asuna and Sheely exclaimed at the same time, then they shouted at the same time, of course not. The loud voice reverberated throughout the house, the roof seemed to have shaken for a split second. This sudden loud shout almost deafened Wu Yan's ears and made him feel dizzy. Okay. No. Wu Yan quickly signaled the two to calm down and patted his head. Why are you so excited? Asuna and Silica remained silent as they looked at each other with different expressions. Asuna's was a little displeased, while Silica's was full of curiosity. This beautiful sister is Wu Yan's guest. Let me introduce you. Wu Yan turned to Sheely and pointed at Asuna with a smile. She is Asuna, a member of the Knights of the Blood. Wu Yan then turned to Asuna and pointed at Sheely. This is Sheely, she just joined the Moonlit Black Cats. She might be your partner in the future, so you two should help each other, Asuna. Sheely seemed to have remembered something, she exclaimed. Is this the Flash, Miss Asuna? Asuna smiled and waved at Sheely. Nice to meet you, I am Asuna, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Miss Asuna. Sheely quickly stood up and spoke respectfully. Obviously, she respected Asuna a lot. This was to be expected. There were very few female players in SAO, and the number of female players who could make a name for themselves in SAO can be counted on one hand. The most famous one among them was Asuna. Asuna is one of the top players in SAO, she's the one in charge of the clearers, and she's also one of the top 5 female players in terms of looks. It's not an exaggeration to say that Asuna is the idol of all female players. After all, it's not easy for a female player to reach Asuna's level of fame. Asuna was startled for a moment when she saw Sheely's cautious look, then she couldn't help but smile. Her impression of Sheely suddenly improved. This Sheely girl is quite cute. Wondrous brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 670. Alright, let's have dinner. Wu Yen waved his hand at Asuna and Silica as he walked over to the table. It's already time for dinner, I'm starving. Did you make all these dishes yourself, Wu Yen Nei? Silica ran to the dining table and looked at the 10 delicacies on the table. Her eyes flashed with amazement. What a beautiful dish. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Asuna looked at Wu Yen with a puzzled expression. The cooking program in SAO has been greatly simplified. How did you manage to make it look like this? That's right. This is my secret recipe, I won't let anyone else know. Wu Yen smiled proudly. It took me half a year to figure out how to make this dish. What do you think? Amazing, right? Amazing. Silica nodded her head repeatedly, but Asuna pouted and turned her head away. What's with that look of yours? Let's all sit down. Wu Yen ignored Asuna's sour words and he sat down. If I didn't increase the durability of these dishes, they would have gone cold by now. I didn't expect this to happen. Asuna sat down helplessly. In the past, although there would be a small celebration every time I cleared a level, I would always reject it. This time, I was supposed to reject it as well. Who knew that those people would directly go to the headquarters? Coincidentally, I didn't stay in the hotel but in the headquarters, so I was caught. That's because Ms. Asuna is too popular. Silica said softly. Everyone wants to celebrate with Ms. Asuna, just call me Asuna. Asuna said with a smile, then she sighed. That's true, but sometimes it's too troublesome, why don't you just move out? Wu Yen placed the tableware in front of Asuna and Silica, then he said to Asuna, it's time for you to buy a house, right? You can't always live in a hotel or a cold castle, a famous girl like you. It's bound to have some influence. I have the same plan. Asuna couldn't wait to raise her head. I've already gathered enough money, and I'm in the process of choosing a house. I should be able to have my own house in a few days. Hearing this, Silica could not help but feel envious. It's great to have my own house. Where does Silica usually live? Asuna looked at Silica curiously. Me? Silica lowered her head and said in embarrassment, I used to live in a hotel. She's living with Sister Xing and Sister Shireen now. Sachi and Cheyenne from the Moonlit Black Cats. Asuna frowned. It took her a while to remember Sachi and Cheyenne's faces. She nodded in relief. Sachi is the one who handles the internal affairs of the Moonlit Black Cats. She doesn't participate in the clearest meetings and missions, so Asuna and Cheyenne don't see each other often. Ever since Cheyenne became a professional alchemist, she didn't show her face in public. She spent most of her time with Sachi in the Moonlit Black Cats headquarters. The two of them lived a relaxed and happy life. Although Asuna didn't see Sachi and Cheyenne often, the two of them gave her a good impression. Asuna couldn't help but smile. It'll be fun if the three of you live together. Sachi was gentle and soft. Cheyenne was cheerful and generous while Silica was lively and cute. It'll be fun if the three of them live together. Sister Xing and Sister Shireen are very nice to me. Silica nodded her head vigorously. No one treated me as well as they did before, so I'm very grateful to them. Wu Yen chuckled. He knows Sachi and Cheyenne very well, he knows that they will take good care of Silica. That's why Silica felt a sense of belonging to them. Wu Yan was just about to introduce Silica to the moonlit black cats when Wu Yan looked at Asuna and he asked her. Have you thought about which floor you want the house to be on? Oh, I've already thought about it. Asuna raised the corner of her mouth. She looked very happy. The 61st floor, Selmbrook, has a very beautiful coast. The environment is beautiful and the place is very spacious. I want to move there, 61st floor. Wu Yan was surprised. The houses there aren't cheap, right? The price of houses in SAO mainly depends on the number of floors. The higher the floor, the more expensive the house is. Of course. There are also factors like the size of the house, the environment, and so on. However, it's undeniable that the higher floors are more expensive than the lower floors. Aincrad has a total of 100 floors. Every 25 floors is different from the previous floors. The first floor, the 25th floor, the 50th floor, and the 100th floor are all very different from the previous floors. The monsters in the field, the monsters in the labyrinth, the bosses in the field, and the boss in the field will have a qualitative change. Even the price of the house will increase exponentially. The 61st floor is an area that's higher than the 50th floor. The price of the house should be extremely expensive as well. I've asked around. It'll cost about 4 million COR, including the furnishings and decorations. It's a bit expensive, but it's not unacceptable. Asuna said casually. She didn't care about the 4 million core. Instead, she looked like it was worth it. 4 million COR. Silica was speechless. For someone like her who was only active on the 35th floor not long ago, that's a sky-high price, 4 million COR. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and said something surprising. It's not that expensive. Should I buy a house there and live there when I have the time? You bought a house for 4 million COR and you only live there when you have the time. Asuna's eyebrows twitched. How much money do you have? Well, I have a little. Wu Yan said casually as if he didn't have much money. Only he knows how much more money he has compared to the average player. He's always been on the front lines, grinding in the field or the labyrinth. He's never killed any monsters in the field. In terms of wealth, not counting the equipment, items, materials, etc., Wu Yan has at least 8 digits in corner coins if he doesn't have 9 digits in corner coins. To put it bluntly, Wu Yan's COR could be used to build a guild that's as strong as any other guild in the clearers. Of course, that's only in terms of money, he can't guarantee his combat power. Silica, who was listening to the conversation between the two, felt that they were not in the same dimension as her. She turned to Asuna and said, Sister Asuna, when your house is ready, can I go and take a look? Sure. Of course. You're always welcome. Asuna agreed without hesitation. Silica smiled happily. The two logged into each other's friend list and started chatting happily. Wu Yan's heart twitched as he sighed again. The way girls communicate isn't something a man like him can understand. Even though the atmosphere was a bit stiff before, while chatting, the three of them ate the dishes on the table. Wu Yan's cooking is very appetizing. Even Asuna, who is an expert in cooking, fell in love with his cooking, let alone Silica who is trying it for the first time. Asuna glanced at the food on the table and sighed. These dishes should be made with rare ingredients, right? I really don't know how you got so many rare ingredients. Well, maybe my drop rate was maliciously modified. Wu Yan joked, these are the ingredients I usually get the most, is that so? Asuna rolled her eyes and smiled as if she had thought of something. Since then, whenever she has time, Asuna will come to Wu Yan's house to ask for ingredients. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go here to read. Wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 671. Aincrad's 48th floor, Linda's. There's a small hut in the corner of Linda's floor. There's a pool outside the hut and a water wheel that's slowly rotating by the side of the pool. This was a weapon shop, and it was quite famous. Normally, you wouldn't be able to tell how many people there were inside, but the higher-level players, or those who knew of the existence of this weapon shop, would come here. This was because they knew how many tricks the owner of this weapon shop on the 48th floor had up his sleeves. In one of the inner rooms of the shop, a tall girl with short pink hair is standing on the edge of a blacksmith's table. She's holding a hammer in her hand. She's hammering it up and down with a serious look on her face. There's a piece of metal on the table that's constantly changing shape under the hammering of the hammer. It's expanding outwards as if it's about to be shaped. Ding! 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 The crisp rhythmic hammering sounds echoed in the small room like a beautiful song. There's not much fluctuation between the syllables, but it's very rhythmic. Even if someone who knows music came here, they'd still be immersed in the monotonous yet beautiful rhythm. Not long after, the metal that was emitting a fiery glow gradually elongated under the hammering of the hammer. Then, a long sharp metal strip appeared on the blacksmith table. Looking at this scene, it was not difficult to guess that this was a sword. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw the change in the piece of metal, but her expression didn't change at all. Her hands didn't change at all. She's still hammering the piece of metal with a perfect rhythm. The shape of the piece of metal is more complete and the edges are more delicate. It's not hard to imagine what a sword like this will look like once it's out of the furnace. It's going to be a masterpiece. It's a shame that the heavens seem to be against this girl. Just as she was about to succeed, the door to the inner room was suddenly pushed open. A loud voice with a hint of dissatisfaction rang out. "Hey! Liz!" The sudden shout caused Liz to panic. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, and with this tremble, the hammer in her hand landed heavily on the edge of the iron plate, mercilessly smashing the red iron plate into two halves. Ha! Ha! Liz was stunned. She stared at the piece of metal that was broken in half on the blacksmith's table. Her eyes widened in shock. Then, ah! A sharp scream sounded like a bomb going off. The entire room seemed to distort a couple of times due to the shriek. The culprit who caused all this didn't even know what good deed he had done. His face turned pale, his head shook, and his eyes started to draw circles. After a long while, the screams finally stopped. Standing by the door, the person who was bombarded by stars finally heaved a sigh of relief. She panted heavily, shook her dizzy head, and looked at the owner of the voice with lingering fear, Liz. Then, he saw Liz holding two pieces of metal with tears in her eyes as if she had just lost her parents. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, and if it weren't for the fact that there were no tear stains on her cheeks, he would have thought that she had just cried. Seeing this, the culprit instantly understood why Liz screamed. He froze on the spot and couldn't get up. It was not until the two iron plates in Liz's hands shattered into pieces that both of them reacted at the same time. Liz lowered her head. The background was dark and her face was gloomy. Then, she turned to the door abruptly and found the culprit. Tong! Human! Liz's demon-like roar entered Kirito's ears. Kirito couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest. Yo! Liz! Kirito forced a smile. He raised his hand stiffly to greet her. I saw no one in the shop. I called out to you for a long time but you didn't respond. That's why, Liz gnashed her teeth as she glared at Kirito. The sound of grinding teeth coming from her mouth made the fearless Kirito's heart skip a beat, making him uneasy. Liz took a few deep breaths and looked at the hammer in her hand. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. She had planned this for a very long time. She had adjusted herself to her best condition as soon as she received the medal. She had also temporarily closed the shop and even blocked the notification that someone had entered the shop. Who knew that in the end, she would still fail at the last minute? Liz, shut up. Kirito immediately shut his mouth and gulped. As the saying goes, you won't die if you don't ask for it. Kirito asked for it. Well, it's not that big of a deal. The metal doesn't look that rare. The weapon won't be that good, what did you say? Liz's anger rose. She walked up to Kirito and grabbed him by the collar. Do you know how much preparation I've done for this forging? It's not that high quality. I spent a lot of money to buy that metal. The weapon will be the best in the shop. How dare you say it's not that big of a deal? Is that so? Kirito looked at Liz's angry face. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but he still stubbornly said, who knows if your so-called best in the shop won't be as good as my sword. Liz choked and shifted her gaze to Kirito's back. There's a black sword with a black hilt and a black gauntlet. It's shaped like a cross, and there's a black sheen on the gauntlet. Even though it's still in its scabbard, one can still tell that it's no ordinary sword. It's the black sword, Elucidator. It's a super monster weapon that can be dropped by monsters. It's definitely one of the best one-handed swords in SAO. Liz's face darkened. Ever since she met Kirito, Kirito always let Liz handle his weapons. She's handled Elucidator many times. That's why Liz knows what kind of performance this seemingly inconspicuous black one-handed sword has. No matter how confident Liz is, she can't say for sure that the weapon she just made is better than Elucidator. After all, the metal is rare but it's not that valuable. Still, Liz was unwilling to give up. Don't get carried away. Liz yanked Kirito's collar and shouted, I just don't have the materials. If I had the materials, your Elucidator would be nothing to me. Oh. Is that so? Kirito glanced at Liz suspiciously, which infuriated Liz. If that's the case. Kirito sighed and his expression turned serious. You can do what I asked of you, right? Humph. Liz snorted and turned her head away with disdain, but she still replied, my forging skills have improved a lot. If you don't have a problem with the performance, I can make it as soon as I have the materials. That's great. Kirito let out a sigh of relief and he grinned. To fulfill his bet with Wu Yen, he visited Liz's shop many times. Of course, Kirito's weapon got himself an excellent grinder because of this. Then, where do I get the materials? There's a metal on the 55th floor that's perfect for it, 55th floor. I got it. Wait. Take me with you. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 672. Now that the problem with the weapon was solved, Kirito felt energized. He walked with more vigor as if he was in a state of excitement. It's not that he cared about the weapon, it's just that Kirito didn't like to owe anyone anything. His bet with Wu Yen was delayed because of Liz's forging skill. Now that it's finally over, Kirito can only hope that he can repay the debt as soon as possible. What would Kirito think if he knew that he was the one who needed this weapon in the original work, and he was also the one who had the skill, dual sword flow? He'd probably feel very lucky. After all, Kirito doesn't want to be in the limelight. He's a solo player and a beta tester. If he has a dual sword style, he'll become a target for everyone. That's why Kirito didn't use dual sword style in the original work until he had no choice but to use it when he was facing the final boss alone. Compared to Kirito, Wu Yen is much more direct. He didn't intend to hide his skills. His title as the Fey Swordsman has brought him enough trouble. Plus, he's much stronger than Kirito, he can handle any situation. Thus, there's no need for him to hide his dual sword stream. Kirito and Liz opened the door and walked out of the room. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked into the room. Both Kirito and Liz stopped. Asuna. Liz tilted her head and smiled. You're here too. Ha. Asuna turned around and was surprised to see Kirito standing next to Liz. Why are you here too? I have something to do. Kirito scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. Kirito didn't interact with Asuna in private other than when they were clearing the dungeon. Even when they were clearing the dungeon, they often quarreled. Although their relationship has improved a lot due to Asuna's sudden change, Kirito still wasn't used to it. On the other hand, Liz patted Kirito's shoulder without hesitation. This guy is now my regular customer. Oh. Is that so? Asuna narrowed her eyes and looked at the two with interest. She then looked at Kirito. When you asked me for Liz's contact number, I was wondering what happened between the two of you. I didn't expect you to be so close, it's all because of this guy. Liz glanced at Kirito with dissatisfaction. Urging me to forge a weapon for him every day, I really don't understand. He already had such a powerful weapon, so why would he want to forge another one? Kirito smiled awkwardly and kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to tell Liz that he owed her a bet. That's why Liz thought he was the one who wanted the weapon. Asuna, on the other hand, was surprised. She more or less knew about the bet between Wu Yen and Kirito. She also knew that the weapon Kirito wanted was what Wu Yen wanted. Speaking of which, Wu Yen was the one who asked Kirito to get Liz's contact number. That's why Asuna blackmailed Wu Yen and even went to his house to ask for food. In a way, it's all thanks to Kirito, that snitch. She remembered that the weapon Liz was going to forge was what Wu Yen wanted. Asuna's interest was piqued. So, what about the weapon? We're still missing materials. Liz pouted. We need to go to the 55th floor to get the metal, 55th floor. Asuna blinked and looked at Kirito. That shouldn't be too hard for you, right? It shouldn't be hard. Kirito took a deep breath. But it might be a little difficult now. What do you mean? Liz immediately turned around and looked at Kirito with her arms akimbo. Are you saying that I'm in your way? No. I didn't mean that. Kirito's eyes darted around and he didn't look at Liz anymore. He was clearly telling Liz that he didn't mean what he said. You, wait. Asuna interrupted Liz and asked in surprise, Liz, you're going as well? Yeah. Liz said as if it was a matter of course. We need a blacksmith master to get the metal. Otherwise, even if we defeat that metal-producing dragon, we won't be able to get the metal. Is that so? Asuna nodded and raised her weapon with a regretful expression. I wanted to ask Liz to help me grind my weapon. Its durability is almost gone, then I'll help you grind your weapon first. Liz didn't hesitate and put her friend's matter first. She looked at Kirito and said in a threatening tone, it won't take long, you can afford to wait, right? Kirito-kun. Kirito's mouth twitched and he nodded helplessly. Asuna and Liz laughed when they saw this. The two of them left Kirito behind and ran to the back of the shop. Kirito was left alone in the shop while the two of them chatted with each other. You only need to grind it a little to restore its durability. Liz took Asuna's sword and smiled. Do you need me to upgrade your weapon? My forging skill has improved recently and it just so happens to meet the requirements for upgrading a weapon of your level. Asuna pondered for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. My weapon just so happens to meet my current needs. If you upgrade it, it'll affect my performance, alright then. Liz said in disappointment, it's rare for my forging skill to improve. Well, don't be disappointed. Asuna pulled Liz's hand and said, also, I don't just need to restore its durability. Can you help me polish it a little and make it prettier, huh? Polish it a little and make it prettier. Liz was stunned and looked at Asuna strangely. This is the first time she's been asked to make a weapon prettier while she's doing maintenance, but this was only secondary. Everyone loved beauty, and it wasn't strange for a girl to have such a request, but it was a bit strange for Asuna to have such a request. In the past, Asuna didn't care about looking pretty when she's choosing weapons and equipment. She's more of a practical person. After all, she's the one in charge of the clearers and is known as the ghost of clearers. The Asuna Liz knew was the kind of person who only cared about clearers. But now that she thought about it, Asuna seems to be different from before. Liz had her suspicions a while ago. Even though Asuna is loud and casual, she's more observant than anyone else. Liz's sharp senses told her that Asuna seems to be more feminine than before. Also, his eyes landed on Asuna's ears. There was a pair of beautiful earrings dangling there. Even in the dark, they still shone with a dazzling luster. Paired with Asuna's breathtakingly beautiful face, her charm was at least several levels higher than before. Asuna actually started to dress up. Asuna, tell me the truth. Liz had a smirk on her face, but her eyes were very serious. Are you in love? Ha. Ha. Asuna froze for a second, then her face turned red when she realized what Liz said. No. No. How is that possible? Asuna took 2 steps back and her eyes became flustered. Liz immediately understood what's going on when she saw Asuna's reaction. Liz giggled and didn't say anything else. She looked at Asuna with a teasing gaze and started to grind Asuna's weapon. Asuna stood there and bashfully stood there. It didn't take long for Asuna's weapon to be finished. Liz said goodbye to Asuna and then dragged Kirito out of the shop. Asuna angrily turned her head when she saw Liz and Kirito walking out of the shop. She rolled her eyes and smirked. She opened her personal interface and sent out an email, emergency. Come here immediately. Wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 673. So, Wu Yan watched as Kirito and Liz bickered with each other. He glanced at Asuna who was lying on top of him with an expressionless face. So your so-called emergency is asking me to be a peeping Tom with you. Asuna's face turned red, and she immediately retorted, how is this peeping? It's stalking. That's just as bad. Wu Yan glared at Asuna. I really have to hand it to you. I was so scared that I didn't even have time to kill the few monsters with low HP before I hurriedly ran out of the labyrinth. I thought you really had something urgent to deal with, but it turns out that you're here to follow me. It's not like you're short on leveling time anyway, why are you being so calculative? Asuna muttered. Besides, it's an emergency, it's about my best friend's lifelong happiness. Lifelong happiness. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Wu Yan ridiculed her. I don't see how this can be called lifelong happiness. Isn't it just going to fetch some metal? You don't understand. Asuna peeked her head out and glanced at Kirito and Liz in front of her. Don't you think there's something wrong with the way they look? Wu Yan spent an entire minute sizing up Kirito and Liz. After a full minute, Wu Yan finally opened his mouth. I really don't see anything wrong with them. Are you an idiot? Asuna said as she pointed her finger to the front. Don't you think there's something going on between them? Wu Yan frowned and said hesitantly. You mean, they're hooking up? Don't make it sound so bad. Asuna said in a dissatisfied tone. Are you serious? Wu Yan rubbed his chin with a puzzled expression. That's Kirito we're talking about, he only cares about the game. Would he really fall in love with someone like that? That's why I said you don't understand. Asuna pointed her finger at Kirito. Anyone who's observant can see the trend, ahaha. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Then I guess I'm not that observant. I'm curious how you figured it out, intuition. Ha. Wu Yan almost choked himself to death. Say that again, I didn't hear you clearly. Don't underestimate a woman's intuition. Asuna said with a serious expression. Even if they're not doing anything right now, something is going to happen soon. Wu Yan sucked in a deep breath. His lips trembled as he closed them. In the end, all the words he wanted to say were summed up in one sentence. They're getting further away. Asuna patted Wu Yan's back and she nudged him a little further away from the group. Hurry up and follow them. Don't follow them too closely, Kirito's detection skill is really high, be careful not to get caught. I know. Hurry up and follow them. Asuna's tone didn't show the slightest bit of concern. Instead, there was a hint of indignation. She blurted out without thinking. We must catch them red-handed, let's see if Liz still dares to make fun of me. Wu Yan stopped and he turned around to face Asuna with a confused look. What red-handed? What do you mean? Asuna was shocked, only then did she realize what she had just said. After panicking for a moment, he quickly pretended to be calm and changed the topic. It's nothing, hurry up and follow them. That's suspicious, okay. Hurry up. Ha! In front of them, Kirito seemed to have sensed something. He abruptly turned his head and looked behind him. His eyes suddenly became sharp, which gave Liz a fright. What are you doing, all of a sudden? Liz tightened the clothes she just took from Kirito and patted her chest. She questioned. Kirito furrowed his brows and scanned the path behind them. However, all he could see were the same snowflakes and rocky mountains. There was nothing else in sight. Hey, say something. Liz's dissatisfied face appeared in front of Kirito. Finally, Kirito's attention was diverted from the scene behind them. Kirito glanced at Liz, then looked around. Only when he confirmed that he had not discovered anything, did he touch his chin. No, it's nothing, it's probably just my imagination, Kirito continued leading Liz to the top of the mountain. They left a trail of footprints in the snow behind them. When the two figures had almost disappeared into the snow and wind, two other figures staggered out from a corner. I told you, don't be so hasty, we'll be found out. Wu Yan glared at Asuna with a resentful look. That guy has been a solo player for so long, he's a monster. If he's not strong enough, he would have died already. Luckily, it's us. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to hide. But we haven't been found out yet. Asuna's expression was a little unnatural. If you look closely, you'll see a slight blush on her face. In order to not be found out, the two of them squeezed into a crack in the mountain. The crack could only fit one person at a time. Now that they were both in it, Asuna was almost squeezed into Wu Yan's body. Luckily, the situation was urgent and they didn't pay attention to anything else, or else, Asuna and Wu Yan started to feel uncomfortable. To prevent the atmosphere from getting too awkward, Wu Yan said. This time, we need to stay a little farther away. Don't rush, we won't have an excuse if we get found out. Oh. Asuna reacted and raised an eyebrow. She looked at Wu Yan. Why do I feel like you're very good at this kind of thing? Stalking and whatnot, of course not. I'm a righteous person. Wu Yan said with a straight face. Asuna gave up trying to find a loophole in his words. At that moment, the two of them once again sneakily followed after him. They didn't know how much time had passed, but the two groups finally arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of them, the wind and snow stopped, revealing the gloomy sky. Under everyone's gaze, crystals of different shapes and sizes were erected around the mountain. They looked like trees, forming a forest of crystals. They provided light in the dim environment so they could see what was going on. At the highest point, at the very end, there was a crystal mountain that was 5 or 6 meters tall. It was like a crystal fortress, and it emitted a pressure that made it difficult to breathe, telling others that it was not ordinary. Seeing this, Kirito's expression became serious. He didn't turn around and said to Liz, "Hide behind me and don't come out." "What?" Liz's expression became extremely dissatisfied. She said without thinking, "I'm not a newbie, at least let me help." Kirito didn't say anything, he just stared at Liz's face. His gaze was calm, but it was filled with the desire to make Liz unable to refute. It didn't take long for Liz to give in. I got it." Kirito smiled and threw a square crystal that emitted blue starlight to Liz. He then patted her head. "Here's the teleportation crystal. You have to be ready at all times. If anything goes wrong, just teleport when I tell you to. Before that, just stay behind me." Liz lowered her head and felt Kirito's hand caressing her head. She could feel the warmth of his hand. She clutched the crystal tightly. Her heart was fluttering, perhaps, as soon as intuition wasn't completely random after all. If you like this novel, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go here. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-ups, quick update, remember. Chapter 674. In this world where there are only swords and cold weapons, the only thing that can be related to mystery is the magical crystal items. SAO's crystals have a series of magical effects. Each of them has their own uses and they are categorized according to their color. Blue crystals are teleportation crystals, pink crystals can restore HP, green crystals are detoxification crystals, and so on. Every type of crystal was a convenient tool that took immediate effect. With a single command, they could produce miraculous effects. For example, the transfer crystal could allow players to instantly teleport to every town on a floor they had cleared. The recovery crystal could replenish the remaining 1 HP of a player. Its effects were much, much better than ordinary tools. But because of this, the price of crystal items was quite expensive. In the early stages of the game, the players hadn't developed and crystal items weren't that expensive. But now, the price of crystal items had reached a level that ordinary players couldn't afford. Last time, when Silver Flag's guild leader asked Wu Yan and Kirito to send the Titan's hand to the prison, the guild leader used all of his money to buy the corridor crystal that allows him to freely set the location of the Titan's hand to the Black Iron Palace. One can imagine how expensive crystal items are. Therefore, when it came to recovering HP, players would usually use potions that were much cheaper. Crystal items have become a life-saving item that players don't want to use unless it's absolutely necessary. But now, for Liz's safety, Kirito casually tossed out a teleportation crystal. It's not that Liz doesn't have a teleportation crystal, but she felt like the one in her hand is much heavier and warmer than hers. What Liz didn't know is that in Kirito's heart, his companions are much more important than the cold crystal. Even if it were someone else, Kirito wouldn't be stingy with the crystal. Although the teleportation crystal is expensive, Kirito is a top player who walks alone on the front line. With his wealth, I can afford 1 or 2 crystals. Of course. Not all crystals had miraculous effects. Only crystal props had miraculous effects. As for the crystals that were scattered all over the place, they were just a common material that could be seen everywhere. Even if they look good, they can only be used to forge weapons, and they're cheap. The crystals scattered all over the place dimmed a little when Kirito stepped forward. The surrounding light also dimmed a lot. An oppressive atmosphere reverberated in the air as if something is about to appear. Behind Kirito, Liz's heart skipped a beat. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar resounded in the dark sky, and it quickly spread in all directions. Kirito, who was about to step forward, stopped in his tracks. Liz was even more frightened. She screamed and hid behind a nearby crystal by reflex. The tall crystal mountain in front of her began to tremble. Along with it, the ground began to tremble as though there was an earthquake. Caught off guard, Liz fell on the crystal. If she didn't grab the crystal in time, she would have fallen to the ground. Kirito, on the other hand, was the only one who stood still. His eyes were fixed on the crystal mountain in front of him. He unsheathed Elucidator from its scabbard and pointed it diagonally at the ground. Asuna was also standing not too far away from them. Asuna unsheathed her rapier and her chestnut-colored eyes flashed. Asuna looked at Wu Yen, who had a nonchalant look on his face. "Let's go up there, shall we?" "Go up there." Wu Yen rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Why go up there? It's just an elite monster. With Kirito's strength, he can take care of an elite monster on the 55th floor in a matter of minutes. If you go up there, you won't be able to explain why you're here." Asuna gripped the hilt of her rapier. Her expression changed slightly. After a while, she finally calmed down. However, she didn't put away her rapier. Instead, she stared at the mountain in front of her. "She'll rush over if anything goes wrong." Wu Yen shook his head and didn't say anything. Asuna's too worried. Accidents happen every year, but Liz isn't a newbie. She's no match for Kirito in terms of strength. Still, she doesn't need to worry that much. Kirito is here anyway. Wu Yen finally remembered that Kirito and Liz went to the 55th floor to retrieve a medal. It also happened in the original work. Because of that, Liz developed feelings for Kirito. In other words, Liz is about to be taken down. Wu Yen didn't want to ruin Kirito's romance. The best way to deal with this is to let nature take its course. Plus, he can watch a good show. Why not? Bang! With a loud explosion, the crystal mountain shattered and turned into a mist. At the same time, a bright silver western dragon with crystal spikes on its back emerged from the mist. A pair of thin yet huge flesh wings flapped fiercely, blowing the surrounding fog apart and scattering it. The crystal dragon's full appearance was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Its short but powerful limbs propped itself up from the ground. With just 2 legs, the crystal dragon stood up, waving its dragon claws. Its pair of huge eyes flashed with a red light. The dragon's head swung forward, and the dragon's mouth was wide open. Roar! With a roar, the crystal dragon flapped its wings and flew into the air. A gust of wind blew at Kirito's leather coat. As it flew into the air, the crystal dragon's mouth glowed faintly, and a dense stream of air came out of its mouth. Liz was shocked and yelled at Kirito. "Careful! It's Dragon Breath. Special attack skill, Dragon Breath." A fiery blast of air shot out of the crystal dragon's mouth and swept toward Kirito. The air in its path seemed to have become a little hotter. It was enough to send chills down one's spine. Kirito's expression didn't change. He raised his elucidator and the sword in his hand flashed with the light of the skill. Bang! The dragon breath was sliced in half at the waist in front of Kirito, and it scattered into a shockwave that filled the sky. Liz's expression froze. The warhammer that she had just taken out froze in her hand. She froze on the spot. Liz was at a loss for words as she gazed at the figure that seemed abnormally small compared to the crystal dragon, but seemed as if it could support the heavens. Although Liz knew that Kirito wasn't an ordinary person due to his elucidator, she had never seen Kirito in action before. She didn't know how strong Kirito was. In the past, she thought that Kirito was just an ordinary clearers, but the strength he showed just now was beyond that of ordinary clearers. So, he's this strong, Liz could only watch as Kirito fearlessly charged at the crystal dragon. The elucidator in his hand glowed with the light of skills as he violently struck the crystal dragon's body. The crystal dragon, which was still majestic just a moment ago, was hit repeatedly by Kirito's tiny figure. Its HP dropped like crazy, and one of its claws was dismembered by him. Liz breathed a sigh of relief and walked out from behind the crystal dragon with a victorious smile on her face. "What are you doing? Hurry up and finish it." Seeing this, Kirito, who was fighting the crystal dragon, was shocked. "Idiot! You can't come out yet." Unfortunately, it was too late. The crystal dragon immediately noticed Liz, and as Liz screamed, it sent her flying with a slap. "Liz!" Kirito flew toward Liz and caught her in his arms. But he couldn't do anything in the air. Below them was a bottomless hole. Then, the two of them fell into the hole. Wondrous Brush Pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 675. Liz. Asuna screamed from afar as she watched Kirito fall into the hole with Liz in his arms. She turned into a streak of light and dashed forward. When Wu Yen tried to stop her, Asuna was already at the edge of the hole. "Liz!" Asuna leaned on the edge of the pit and screamed at the top of her lungs. The only response she got was the echo of her own voice, and the echo of Liz's scream echoed in the air. In mid-air, the crystal dragon looked down at Asuna. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and it flapped its wings, intending to dive down and give Asuna a head-on attack. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind Asuna and stood there quietly. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at the crystal dragon, causing it to immediately stop its dive. Roar! The crystal dragon roared at Wu Yen and stopped attacking. It shook its head a few times as if it's considering its options. Then, it turned around and flew away without looking back. Wu Yen stared at the crystal dragon until it disappeared from his sight. He looked at Asuna, who was lying on the edge of the crater. He walked over to her and he placed his hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Kirito is here. Liz will be fine, how dare you?" Asuna's eyes were filled with tears. She turned around and glared at Wu Yen. "You should have come to help in the morning." Now Liz fell into the hole. Even if she's fine, how are they going to get out? Hey, calm down." Wu Yen tightened his grip on Asuna's shoulder and said helplessly. "Kirito is a solo player, he's faced countless traps. There are even life-threatening ones. This small hole won't be a problem for him. Even if it's a crystal nullified zone, he'll find a way to get out." Asuna looked at Wu Yen and then at the bottomless pit. She didn't look any less worried about Wu Yen. But, okay. Wu Yen bitterly smiled as he pulled Asuna up from the ground. "Even if you don't believe in Kirito's abilities, shouldn't you at least believe in me?" Asuna was furious when she heard this. "You're the most untrustworthy, if you didn't stop it. Liz wouldn't have fallen, I wonder how she's doing now." Wu Yen waved his hand. Fine, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe in SAO's display system, right? Aren't you friends with Liz? Wouldn't it be easier to check if Liz's name was still on his friend list to see if she was doing well? Asuna froze for a moment, then quickly opened her friend list. He quickly dragged it twice on the surface. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Liz's name. Wu Yen smiled and said to Asuna, "You're too worried. It's just a trap, they can deal with it." Asuna nodded and shifted her gaze to the deep pit. Judging by the speed of the echo, this trap should be very deep. Liz would be in danger if she fell into it with her low HP, Kirito should be the one protecting her. Let's hope he can bring Liz out. We can at least be sure that it's a crystal-free zone. Wu Yen calmly said, "Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed there for so long. Unless there's another world inside, then what should we do?" Asuna pursed her lips and said worriedly, "If it's a crystal-free zone, does that mean they'll never be able to get out?" Don't jump to conclusions. Wu Yan knocked on Asuna's head, causing her to yelp in pain. Let's hope for the best, let's just pray. Wu Yan wanted to tell Asuna that Kirito will come out with Liz tomorrow. But, he wouldn't be able to explain himself if he told her that. He could only apologize to her in his heart. Can't we do something? Asuna said unwillingly, maybe they're waiting for us to save them, then what do you want? Do you want to jump in and accompany them? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he looked around. He walked towards a direction and sat down on a crystal. Let's wait and see, maybe Kirito is thinking of a way. I don't understand how you can be so calm. Asuna stomped her foot in frustration. She hesitated for a moment before walking towards Wu Yan. Asuna adjusted her skirt and she sat down beside Wu Yan. The two leaned against the crystal as they stared at the crater in the distance. They were waiting for the two figures to show up. One has to say, Wu Yan's location is pretty good. There's a crystal behind him that he can lean on. There's also some twisted crystals that cover the top of his head. Like a roof, they blocked all the snowflakes. The cold wind blew from the sides but couldn't reach inside. It's like a crystal cave. It's already quite late when they arrived here. Now that the sky is completely dark, there's no other sound other than the sound of the wind. Wu Yan took out a prop lamp and lit it up so that the place wouldn't be too dark. Snowflakes were the only things moving in front of them. Snow whistled as it fell from the sky. Although the wind was blowing, the air was strangely still. In such an environment, one's mood could not help but become heavy, especially those who were easily sentimental, such as, hey. Asuna crossed her arms and looked at the scene outside. She couldn't help but speak. Say, how are our bodies in the real world right now? Wu Yan, who was looking at the items in his inventory, paused for a second, then he continued looking as if nothing happened. If it's you, you're probably in a hospital. After all, the people outside wouldn't leave those trapped in SAO alone. I thought so. Asuna muttered, then she looked at Wu Yan. You're saying you're not in a hospital? That's right, Wu Yan can only say that in his mind. Even if he said it out loud, Asuna wouldn't believe him. After all, their bodies in the real world don't know how to eat. If they don't receive nutrition from the hospital, everyone here will starve to death. Even though Wu Yan is a true ancestor and can't die, Asuna won't believe him. Probably. Wu Yan could only say so. It's incredible. Asuna said softly, her expression became complicated. Our bodies are supposed to be lying down, but we're actually living in this world. I don't want to admit it. Asuna raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with an indescribable expression. Even I'm starting to get used to this world. Well, it doesn't matter to me. Wu Yan said casually, it doesn't matter which world we're in, the most important thing is to be alive. Life without effort is meaningless, life without enjoyment is boring, only by working hard and enjoying life can we be truly alive, truly, alive. Asuna lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then, she smiled. Why do you sound so convincing every time you say it? Is that so? Wu Yan scratched his head and said in a resentful tone. I feel like I'm the worst at shooting my mouth off. Compared to saying nice things, I prefer to express my thoughts. Maybe it's because I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart that you find it persuasive, right? Asuna smiled and stared at Wu Yan's face with her chestnut-colored eyes. After a while, she said, actually, I've been wondering what kind of life you lived after you passed the first floor. Oh. Wu Yan's interest was piqued. Then what's your conclusion? Asuna leaned on the crystal and said in an ethereal voice. You're even more charming than I thought. You, wonderful brush pavilion, no pop-up window, quick update, remember. Chapter 676. Mesmerizing, Wu Yan's lips started twitching when he saw Asuna's expression. He had an awkward expression. Are you sure it's appropriate for you to say that? Being called mesmerizing by the most mesmerizing female player in SAO, and she's a woman while he's a man, it's awkward no matter how you look at it. You should feel honored. Asuna glanced at Wu Yan. I've never casually commented on a person before. Wu Yan's expression became even more awkward when he heard Asuna's words. So you're the one who casually commented on me, well, don't mind it. Asuna patted Wu Yan's shoulder with a smile. At least your life is much more interesting than mine, is that so? Wu Yan pouted and turned his head away. In other people's eyes, our shining Asuna is extraordinary. She's the idol of millions of players. She's beautiful and strong. Many people are envious of your life. You're hardworking and full of charm, is that so? Asuna sighed and looked at the sky. I hope they won't be disappointed in the future. In Asuna's eyes, her life isn't exciting at all. Every day, it's just strategy, 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 and strategy. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Asuna is shining, but in Asuna's eyes, this kind of life is depressing. If possible, Asuna would rather live a peaceful life. She would cook her favorite dishes every day, take care of the house, and chat with her friends from time to time. She's the typical wife's goal. Of course, if SAO didn't turn into what it is now. Asuna also wants to play games with her friends when she's free. After all, SAO is a pretty good game world aside from the game's death law. Wu Yan yawned and he leaned against the crystal. The hard and cold feeling of the crystal made him feel very uncomfortable. He twisted his body a few times and he didn't feel too good about it. He couldn't find a comfortable position. What's the difference between this and sleeping on the floor? Wu Yan sighed helplessly. He started to look around until he accidentally saw Asuna's legs. His wine-red eyes suddenly lit up, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then Wu Yan moved. Wu Yan turned around and laid down on the bed. While Asuna was stunned, Wu Yan rested his head on her thighs and closed his eyes. Without a doubt, it was the perfect pillow for him. You. Asuna's face turned from white to red, and then from red to even redder, and it didn't stop until her head was completely red. The color of blood had spread all the way to his neck, and steam was about to come out. What are you doing? Asuna shouted with a red face. Her eyes were filled with panic. She grabbed Wu Yan's head with both hands and tried to lift it up. Get up. Unfortunately, Asuna's strength was no match for Wu Yan's. Even with all her strength, she still couldn't lift Wu Yan's head. You should feel honored. Wu Yan grinned at Asuna. I've never slept on anyone's thighs before, WH. What? Asuna was furious. But she couldn't do anything about it. She had to admit that this guy is invincible when he acts shamelessly. No one can do anything to him, not even Asuna. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Wu Yan rubbed the thigh behind his head. The smoothness and comfort of the thigh made Asuna's face turn red. I've never slept on anyone's thighs before. Knee pillows. Wu Yan has a lot of girls around him, and almost all of them are beautiful. The number of his wives is almost in the single digits, and he has never stopped making love. But this kind of warm knee pillow has never been used on Hinajuku and the others. In other words, their relationship is developing too quickly. Sometimes, Wu Yan feels that his relationship with Hinajuku and the girls developed too quickly, that's why he missed out on a lot of interesting experiences. It's not that he didn't enjoy a warm life, he never lacked warmth with the girls, it's just that there are some things that he didn't experience before, it's a pity. Asuna is indeed the first girl to let Wu Yan sleep on her thighs. Although it was completely one-sided by Wu Yan. Asuna clenched her teeth when she heard Wu Yan's words. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks were about to bleed. But she didn't push Wu Yan anymore. She glanced at Wu Yan, who was sleeping on her thighs, and turned her head away in shock. She was a little angry. Sleeping on a girl's thighs for the first time. It's your first time, isn't it my first time too? Following this rippling scene, the deathly stillness in the air seemed to have disappeared. The surroundings were clearly pitch black, and it was still snowing outside. However, a wave of warmth rose in the hearts of the two, causing the surrounding atmosphere to have a trace of ambiguity, accompanied by a little bit of warmth. Asuna didn't say anything for a long time when she felt the solid body on her thighs. Her melancholy disappeared, and it was replaced by a faint panic. Asuna didn't dare to say anything, she didn't even dare to lower her head. She was afraid to look into those wine-red eyes that made her heart flutter. Wu Yan and Asuna didn't say anything as they waited inside the crystal. Wu Yan and Asuna didn't say anything, they just waited patiently for something to happen. After some time, Asuna's eyes started to drift away. The silence made her feel a little uncomfortable. Asuna mustered up her courage and slowly moved her eyes to the bottom of her body. But when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Wu Yan, who is lying on her knees, closed his eyes. His breathing is even and his chest is heaving up and down. His expression is calm and peaceful. It's obvious that he's asleep. Asuna stared blankly at the sleeping face in front of her, and after a long time, she burst out laughing. Come on, I was thinking so much while you fell asleep on your own. Asuna poked Wu Yan's cheeks in a displeased manner. Don't you think I'm stupid? Feeling itchy, Wu Yan furrowed his brows and he mumbled something. Asuna quickly pulled her hand back and she went back to sleep. She breathed out softly. Asuna looked at Wu Yan's face in a daze, she couldn't help but reach out her hand and touch Wu Yan's cheek. So there are people in this world who can make such an expression. Asuna murmured, her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on Wu Yan's body. Why do you have such a comfortable expression? Asuna mocked. On the other hand, even when I'm sleeping, I'm worried that I'm going to die in the hands of some monster. I don't think there is anyone in this world who can sleep as comfortably as you do, right? Asuna kept talking to Wu Yan while he was sleeping. She said all the things that she didn't dare to say out loud: worry, uneasiness, sadness, lamentation. Unknowingly, everything that happened in Sao over the past 2 years was recounted by Asuna. Her soft voice echoed in the room, there was no one around. Asuna could only speak her mind at times like this. Memories began to surface in Asuna's mind as she spoke. She felt that the memories that she couldn't bear to look back on didn't seem as scary as they used to be when she was talking about them. What Asuna didn't know was that the moment she started talking, the man on her thighs started to breathe more heavily. Asuna didn't know how much time had passed, maybe she was tired, she stopped talking, her eyelids fluttered a few times, and finally, she couldn't hold back her sleepiness and fell asleep. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan opened his eyes. He gently sat up and let Asuna lean on his chest. He took out a coat and put it on both of them. Chapter 677. In her dream, Asuna felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring. Her body was warm and comfortable. She felt a sense of security from the bottom of her heart. She slept soundly, and she even dreamed of living happily in another world. However, the sweet dream came and went quickly. Perhaps because she had enough sleep, her drowsiness started to fade away. Asuna's eyelids trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the same snow and crystals as before, and there was a big black hole right in front of her. Asuna wanted to stretch her body lazily, but as soon as she moved, she realized that she was covered by a coat, and her body was being hugged by a hand. Asuna was shocked. She reflexively turned her head to the side, but what she saw made her freeze. Wu Yan, who was supposed to be resting on her thighs, came to her side and hugged her body. Her head was resting on his shoulder, and the two of them were curled up together. They were sharing a coat and it was draped over their bodies. Asuna lost her ability to think and her face started to flush. Asuna didn't react at all. She just faced Wu Yan with her flushed face. Their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart. She could even feel his breath on her face. They looked like a couple who were about to kiss. The atmosphere was pink. After a while, Asuna finally reacted. Her chestnut-colored eyes panicked. She subconsciously moved her head away from Wu Yan's face. Then, she took a few deep breaths and suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart. She glanced at Wu Yan. Asuna hesitated for a moment, then she reached out her hand and pushed him. Hey, wake up, if it was any other time. With Wu Yan's vigilance, Asuna would have woken up at the same time. She would have woken up after the first movement. However, Wu Yan was sleeping like Asuna. Inexplicably, he slept so soundly that the body in his arms didn't wake up in time. It wasn't until Asuna woke him up that he abruptly woke up. What the hell? You scared me. Wu Yan was relieved when he saw it was Asuna who woke him up. He complained and yawned. It's not dawn yet. Why are you awake so early? For someone like Wu Yan who loves to sleep in, waking up early is always a pain in the ass. How dare you? Asuna pursed her lips. Her eyes were filled with endless danger. When are you going to stop hugging me? Wu Yan was startled. He quickly let go of Asuna's waist and smiled awkwardly. I was worried that you wouldn't sleep well. Asuna narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything until Wu Yan felt embarrassed. She didn't look away until Wu Yan said that she slept well in his arms. As if to prove that Wu Yan was lying, a ray of sunlight suddenly shined on their faces from the other side of the sky. It instantly attracted Wu Yan and Asuna's attention. With the appearance of the sun, its owner finally shyly emerged from the other side of the mountain, gradually revealing its full appearance. The dark clouds in the sky instantly converged into a golden color, and the originally pitch-black earth was also replaced with a different color. The white snow receded like the tide. Warmth filled the entire space. The world seemed to have come to life because of this. It was no longer lifeless but full of life. It caused people to feel as though they were in a dream. It no longer felt real. Wu Yan and Asuna didn't say anything for a long time. They didn't say anything, but the corners of their lips curled up. They were in a good mood. It's so beautiful. Asuna murmured. It's like a dream, it's not a dream. Wu Yan smiled gently. He picked up a handful of snow that didn't disperse in time. The light is warm, the snow is cold, everything is so real, reality. Asuna lowered her head and touched the cold snow in a daze. Is there real in this world? Yes, there is. Wu Yan looked at Asuna with a serious expression. Even if feelings can be faked, bodies can be faked, and everything can be faked, memories can't be faked. We met in this world, we got along in this world, we got to know each other in this world. This is the truth that can't be faked. Meeting. Getting along. Knowing each other. Asuna looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes and said, but it's only limited to this world, right? The world is small. Wu Yan stood up and patted the snow off his body. He smiled and said, since we met in this world, there must be a reason for us to meet again in the other world. I have always believed in this. Wu Yan couldn't help but think of the girls in the Spalier world. A faint smile appeared on his face. That's right, back in the dungeon world, he had a chance to meet them. Now, they had a reason to meet again. And they will be together forever. Asuna looked at the smile on Wu Yan's face. She felt a warm current flowing through her heart and it lingered for a long time. She was dazed for a moment before she smiled. Standing up from the ground, Asuna held the coat draped over her body with one hand and patted the snow off her body with the other. What you said is indeed very persuasive, because it's from the bottom of my heart. Wu Yan laughed. Asuna tightened her grip on the coat and looked at the sun in the distance. Actually, compared to meeting, getting along, and getting to know each other, I would rather. What did you say? Wu Yan turned his head in confusion while gazing into the distance. No, it's nothing. Asuna smiled. Her smile was full of happiness, the bitterness from before was gone. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded in the sky. A black shadow suddenly shot over from the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in the sky above the scene. With a turn, it shot into the deep pit in front of it. That's... Asuna cried out in surprise. It's the dragon. After the initial surprise, Asuna was shocked again. Shit! Liz and the others are still inside. As soon as she said that, a dragon's roar came from the pit and entered Wu Yan and Asuna's ears. Then, the crystal dragon appeared in front of them. It flew out of the pit and landed on the ground. They could clearly see two figures on the dragon's back. No way. Asuna pointed her finger at the back of the crystal dragon. Is that Kirito and Liz? Finally. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He already knew this would happen. We didn't waste the night waiting here. In the sky, the crystal dragon abruptly stopped in midair. Kirito and Liz, who were hanging on its back, were flung away due to inertia. Liz. Asuna was overjoyed to see Liz in one piece. She wanted to run over but Wu Yan stopped her. Wait, Asuna. Wu Yan stopped her. Asuna didn't have the time to go over but she saw the two figures in free fall hugging each other. Asuna's mouth gradually opened wide, and her expression became strange. Is Liz really? It's best if we don't disturb them. Wu Yan said with a smile. Asuna rolled her eyes at Wu Yan but she didn't go out. She looked at her best friend hugging Kirito tightly. Asuna revealed a beautiful smile. That's great. Liz. Chapter 678. Aincrad's 48th floor, Linda C., Lisbeth's weapon shop. Kirito and Liz looked at Wu Yan and Asuna who were smiling warmly in front of them. When did you guys get here? Kirito tilted his head and asked in confusion. Just now. The two answered in unison without any hesitation. Just now. Kirito sweated. Then can I ask what's with that weird expression on your face? Nothing. There's nothing. The two of them said in unison again. Kirito's mouth twitched, even Liz couldn't keep her cool. It's too weird, why are these two behaving so strangely? Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other and they couldn't help but laugh. Kirito and Liz didn't understand why they are laughing. But the weird atmosphere dissipated when the two laughed. His gaze landed on the sword in Kirito's hand. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. It's a green-white one-handed sword. It's a beautiful one-handed sword. The blade is very thin, it's not as thin as Asuna's rapier, but it's as light as a piece of paper. The blade is shimmering with white light, and the hilt is green with a hint of silver. The overall design of the sword is gorgeous, and from the perspective of a sword, it's a bit extravagant. The guard is the same as the Heaven Gazer, but it's more beautiful. If the guard of the Heaven Gazer is a long strip, then the guard of the sword is a pair of wings. The guard of the sword is a pair of wings. Aside from its practicality, it's more than a dozen times better than the Heaven Gazer on the surface. The white sword, Dark Chaser. The one-handed sword Liz made herself, it's comparable to the Elucidator. Even if it's comparable to the Heaven Gazer, it's comparable to the Heaven Gazer. It's comparable to the Heaven Gazer. At this stage, it's definitely a godly weapon. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Kirito. Looks like I have another weapon to look for. Hearing this, Kirito shook his head and smiled bitterly, while Liz was stunned. Another weapon. Was there a solution? Liz looked at Wu Yan and Kirito, who was smiling bitterly. She suddenly realized something and turned to Wu Yan. Could it be that you want this weapon? Liz had been wondering why Kirito, who already had the elucidator, would want a weapon that was on par with the elucidator. If he wanted to change his weapon, he should have chosen a higher grade weapon, right? Currently, even though there were weapons of a higher grade, the players couldn't afford to equip them with their current levels. In other words, even if they had a weapon of a higher grade than the elucidator, they couldn't equip it. Liz couldn't understand why Kirito wanted another weapon. She thought Kirito needed her elucidator for a quest, but now it seems like the Dark Chaser was just a gift for someone else. Don't tell me you really want it. Liz pointed at Wu Yan with a doubtful look. She sounded a bit anxious. Of course, Liz's Dark Chaser contained her feelings for Kirito. In other words, it was like a token of love. But now, the love token that he created for Kirito was given to another person. How could that be? Kirito seemed to know what Liz was thinking. He glanced at the anxious Liz, who was glaring at him fiercely, and the bitter smile on his face deepened. Kirito raised the Dark Chaser and nodded. You're right, I didn't want this weapon. Liz's expression became even more anxious, she even felt a little wronged. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Kirito beat her to it. But not anymore. Kirito clicked his tongue and took off the elucidator from his back. He handed it to Wu Yan while the others were still in a daze. You can have this one. Ha! Wu Yan looked at the elucidator in surprise. He took it, blinked, and looked at Kirito. Are you sure? Isn't this the sword you've been using for a long time? That's true. Kirito stroked the Dark Chaser in his hand and glanced at Liz, who was smiling happily. But I have a reason why I must use this sword. Asuna looked back and forth between Kirito and Liz with interest. She smiled slyly. Are you guys really? Kirito turned his head away awkwardly. Liz, on the other hand, blushed a little and put her hands on her waist. That's right. I just confessed to Kirito. We're officially dating. Even though Wu Yan and Asuna saw this coming, they were still shocked by Liz's words. They stared at the smiling Liz and the awkward Kirito and they couldn't help but laugh. Asuna trotted to Liz's side and took her hand. Congratulations. Liz. Hee hee. Liz giggled. Asuna almost couldn't believe that the person in front of her wasn't her bossy and generous friend anymore. You're amazing. Wu Yan patted Kirito's shoulder and sighed. I can't believe you got conquered just like that. What do you mean by being taken down? Kirito tried to defend himself. Wu Yan, Asuna, and Liz rolled their eyes at him. Since Kirito and Liz are a couple, it's obvious that Liz is the one who's on top. This is unbelievable. Asuna stared at Kirito. You bastard, you're either at the front line or running around all day long. Other than the raid battles where you showed up, you've always been alone, haven't you? I didn't expect you to accept Liz. Kirito chuckled awkwardly. If that's the case, Wu Yan is also a lone wolf, right? Aren't you still clinging to him? Asuna and Liz turned around with a dangerous glint in their eyes. What did you say? Asuna's beautiful yet cold smile appeared on her face. Please say that again, I didn't hear you. Kirito broke out in a cold sweat. Liz grabbed Kirito's ear. Are you saying that I've been clinging to you? No. You misheard me. Kirito covered his ear and begged for mercy. Wu Yan observed a moment of silence for him. Kirito has a tough girlfriend and he's the one being confessed to. Looks like he's going to have a hard time in the future. In Kirito's eyes, Wu Yan looked like he's gloating over Asuna's misfortune. Kirito glanced at Asuna and he mumbled to himself. You'll be conquered sooner or later. Wu Yan couldn't hear Kirito's muttering. He was focused on the elucidator. Clang! Kirito, Asuna, and Liz shut their mouths at the same time. Wu Yan pulled the elucidator out of its scabbard and raised it in front of him. The black sword body was flickering with a faint silver luster, but the sharp edges were white. An icy cold light fluctuated from it, like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, hiding its sharp fangs, but it also caused people to be afraid. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan brandished his sword. He checked his current stats and the weight of elucidator. He couldn't help but laugh. As expected of a celestial weapon dropped by a floor 50 boss. Its stats are on par with his Heaven Gazer. In fact, its stats are much higher than his Heaven Gazer. No matter how strong his Heaven Gazer was, it was only a weapon dropped from the first floor. If he did not consider the enhanced and upgraded attributes, it could not compare to the elucidator at all. With the elucidator, Wu Yan can already foresee the increase in his own strength. Chapter 679. One day, early in the morning, warm light shone through the window into the living room, dispelling the cold air in the room. Little bits of vitality wandered around the room like sprites of spring, telling the owner of the room that it's a good day. However, for a certain someone, this kind of vigor was more like an alarm clock than a good weather forecast. Because of the good light, he had no choice but to climb out of his comfortable bed because his butt was directly basked in the sun. Walking out of the room, there are still some tears at the corner of his eyes, proving that he hasn't fully woken up from his slumber. His hand kept patting his mouth, yawning after yawn came out of his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that his clothes are still neat and his hair isn't messy, anyone would think that he's a sloppy person. Wu Yan sat on the sofa and lazily opened his personal interface. He tapped on it a few times, and a breakfast, a pot of black tea, and a piece of paper appeared on the table in front of him. In SAO, no matter how long a character sleeps, they won't get dirty. In the morning, there's no need to brush your teeth or wash your face. Even if you want to do that, there's no tool for you to do it. So, it's normal to eat breakfast in this world. After pouring a cup of black tea, Wu Yan picked up the breakfast and the paper in front of him. He ate his breakfast while looking at the paper. In this world, information is a very important thing. Without information, there's a lot of information that can't be obtained. Let's not talk about whether or not they can keep up with the development of the game. The fact that some low-level players don't know the current progress of the game is enough to make them panic. With information, the players won't be in a mess. That's why information merchants came into being. They're doing much better than some crafting class players. As long as they have good eyes and timely information, they can make money. They don't need to train their skills like crafting class players. It's quite easy. Of course, it varies from person to person. Every household had a copy of this paper every day. It was similar to the newspapers in the real world. With this, the players would not be kept in the dark and would not be clueless about what was going on. Even Wu Yan is no exception. He has to prepare a copy every day just in case he missed something important. It's just a couple of course questions anyway. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes kept rolling as he browsed through the latest information. Did they clear the 73rd floor? He blinked his mouth. Wu Yan swallowed the last bite of his breakfast and shook his head with a bitter smile. The clearers are quite nimble. I thought the monsters in the labyrinth area would give them a hard time. At this point, almost a quarter of Aincrad's floor has been cleared. As the players surged towards the higher floors, the levels of the monsters increased. Moreover, after the 70th floor, the number of irregular monsters increased. Their attack patterns also became more complex, causing the monsters on the 70th floor and above to be filled with uncertainty and surprise. They're very difficult to deal with. Even Kirito has been complaining to him that he's reaching his limit. Maybe he'll reach his limit in a while. He has no choice but to join a guild. Other than Kirito, Wu Yan is probably the only player capable of going solo at the front line. Luckily, for Wu Yan, the front line isn't enough to give him any pressure, even if he doesn't use Dual Blade Ryu. Although he didn't go on a rampage in every floor of the labyrinth like he used to, he didn't have much to fear as he has the healing fairies around him. For example, he killed the 72nd floor's boss without using dual sword stream. For the time being, Wu Yan doesn't feel as pressured as Kirito. It's also because of this that Wu Yan thought the clearers would need some time to clear the entire labyrinth area so that they can find the boss room. Who would have thought that the plan wouldn't be able to keep up with the changes? Maybe my battle record has stimulated them. Wu Yan pursed his lips and tossed the paper in his hand onto the table. He then started sipping on his black tea. In the original work, Kirito discovered Heathcliff's identity on the 75th floor and caused the final battle to be brought forward. But now, Kirito doesn't have dual sword stream anymore and he's not as close to Asuna as he was in the original work. I don't think he'll get involved with Heathcliff anymore, right? Wu Yan couldn't help but feel worried. After all, they've already cleared the 73rd floor and the 74th floor is just around the corner. Once they clear the 74th floor, they'll reach the 75th floor. With the current situation, the chances of Kirito discovering Heathcliff's identity are close to zero. There's nothing to worry about. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the scenery outside the window. He then chuckled. Plus, he's dating Liz right now. He doesn't have time to get involved in the affairs of the major guilds. Speaking of Kirito, Wu Yan recalled that in the original work, there's a chowder rabbit in the forest not far from the 74th floor labyrinth area. It drops S-rank super rare ingredients. S-rank super rare ingredients. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. He's had a lot of rare ingredients and he's eaten a lot of them, but he's never tried an S-rank super rare ingredient. In the original work, super rare grade S ingredients only appeared once in the early and late stages of SAO. Although he didn't know if there would be more after the 75th floor, it would be a waste of time if he didn't get it now. Wu Yan couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up and walked towards the door. Aincrad's 74th floor, outside the labyrinth area. Wu Yan walked into a forest outside the labyrinth area with his Heaven Gazer sword on his back and his black robe fluttering in the wind. He kept looking around, trying to find something. The original work didn't mention the exact location of the S-rank super rare ingredient, but Wu Yan vaguely remembered that Kirito found it in a forest after he came back from the labyrinth area. Although that chowder rabbit might very well be something that spawned later on and hasn't appeared yet, but for the sake of an S-class rare ingredient, he doesn't mind spending some time to gamble on his luck. It's not like he's in a hurry. Wu Yan walked through the silent forest. Other than the sounds of birds and insects, there's only the rustling sound of his footsteps. Wu Yan can hear anything within 100 meters of him. This is undoubtedly an advantage. He walked round after round, he strolled around again and again, he even went back to the same places he had walked before 2 or 3 times, but he still couldn't find the chowder rabbit. Even if he was mentally prepared, he still felt a bit disheartened. As time passed, Wu Yan started to get impatient. Maybe I should follow Kirito the next time he comes out. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a strange sound rang out, causing him to stop in his tracks. Am I that lucky? Wu Yan slowly turned his head to look at the source of the noise. A pair of shaking rabbit ears entered Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan grinned, he grinned happily and he grinned proudly. His leg that was frozen in midair turned around and stomped down with all his might. The figure flashed forward, bringing with it the sound of a strong wind that reverberated clearly in the air. The owner of the rabbit ears was immediately frightened. The figure jumped out from behind the bushes and into the air. As it jumped, a large hand blocked its path, as if it had already predicted its trajectory, and directly grabbed the rabbit that had delivered itself to its doorstep. You! Ha 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 ha! Chapter 680. Generally speaking, monsters that have a 100% chance of dropping food ingredients have no level or combat power, just like animals in the real world. They are very rare and only have some special escape methods. If players want to get rare food ingredients from them, they will need a lot of luck. Monsters that have a 100% chance of dropping food ingredients are either very good at escaping or very limited in number. The chowder rabbit that can drop a super rare grade S food ingredient is one of these monsters. Compared to monsters with levels and combat power, the chowder rabbit is more like an animal. However, due to its rarity and the level of its food ingredients, players who want to get their hands on it are no less than those who want to get their hands on a piece of rare equipment. The price of the chowder rabbit is much higher than some of the better equipment. That's because the chowder rabbit is probably the only super rare grade S food ingredient in SAO. Of course, it doesn't mean that some monsters with levels can't drop food ingredients 100% of the time. However, compared to the super rare grade S food ingredient, most players would prefer the super rare grade S food ingredient because the super rare grade S food ingredient is much safer. After capturing the chowder rabbit, Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry to kill it. At least, based on the original story, there's only one chowder rabbit that can drop a super rare grade S food ingredient. If he killed it casually, it wouldn't be memorable. Wu Yan observed the chowder rabbit in his hand with great interest. The chowder rabbit seemed to have intelligence. It knew that it couldn't break free from Wu Yan's hand, so it used its blood-red eyes to threaten Wu Yan. It tried to bluff, and its sharp beak kept rubbing against Wu Yan's hand. It looked like a dog that would bite at any moment. Wu Yan was amused by the chowder rabbit's behavior. He had to admit that the chowder rabbit's behavior didn't look fierce at all. Instead, it looked funny. However, the chowder rabbit's actions surprised Wu Yan. Is there some kind of AI controlling it? Wu Yan smiled and shook his head. He took out a small needle from his item slot and mercilessly stabbed the chowder rabbit. Eek! The chowder rabbit cried out in pain. Under Wu Yan's attack, its HP did not decrease in the slightest, but it was inflicted with a debuff, paralysis. The chowder rabbit stiffened. His forelimbs began to soften and his eyelids became heavy. Just like that, his body drooped as Wu Yan grabbed his rabbit ears. He could no longer move. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He carried the bunny's ears and walked towards the nearest town. If it was an ordinary player. Since he had a super rare grade S ingredient in his hand, he would have probably used the teleportation crystal to escape back to the town. A man's wealth is his own ruin. SAO was never short of bandits who would kill and rob. For safety's sake, Zhang Yang decided to take the risk. Even the most expensive crystal items would be used. What's more, S-grade super rare ingredients, if exchanged for money, would be enough to buy dozens or even hundreds of crystal items. There was no player who wouldn't know how to choose. Only the daring Wu Yan would be able to carry a chowder rabbit in broad daylight and wander around the area. Aincrad 74th floor, Camdetto, this is the town closest to the labyrinth area's tower. It's about half an hour's walk towards the tower to reach the labyrinth area. There's only a forest between the two places, since the 74th floor was the highest floor they had reached so far, only top-tier players would be active here. Those who were not strong enough would not even dare to come here. Some of the more cautious top-tier players would even start out in the fields. As a result, the town closest to the labyrinth area was relatively empty for the time being. Of course. In the next instant, the situation was completely different. At the transfer gate plaza, a circular lake light suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire platform. Following that, one figure after another walked out and lined up in front of the plaza. Moreover, all of them were dressed in the same way. The group that appeared in the plaza attracted the attention of several players. Based on their discipline and attire, it's obvious they're from the same guild. When the last player walked out of the teleportation gate, there was already a group of about 50 people lined up in front of the plaza. They were all wearing white armor with red edges and a majestic cloak on their shoulders. In SAO, there's only one guild that has such attire. Knights of the Blood. Not long after, a beautiful girl with chestnut-colored hair also walked out of the teleportation gate. Behind her was a ponytailed follower with a skull face. One was beautiful to the extreme while the other was lacking in looks. The contrast between beauty and ugliness was undoubtedly huge. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't dare to follow behind the former. However, this person's face was full of righteousness and he didn't have any self-awareness at all. When the Knights of the Blood team saw the girl walking out of the teleportation gate, they immediately held their heads high. Asuna-sama. Asuna gently nodded in response to her subordinate's words. Asuna looked more dignified than usual. She had a serious expression on her face, which made her beautiful face look even colder. It made people feel inferior and afraid to get close to her. In front of outsiders, Asuna always had this cold expression on her face. It's a stark contrast to the smile she always puts on in front of Wu Yan. That's the difference in treatment. Some of the people in front of Asuna have known her since she joined Knights of the Blood. However, in Asuna's eyes, they're just outsiders, including the leader of Knights of the Blood. Asuna only treats Wu Yan, Liz, and Silica, the cute girl who left a good impression on her even though she didn't see her often. As for the rest, there's no one else in this world that can make Asuna treat them with sincerity. The reason Asuna brought the Knights of the Blood here today was to challenge the labyrinth area. The monsters on the 70th floor and above are no longer the same as they used to be. The monsters on the 70th floor and above are much more difficult than they used to be. That's why Asuna brought so many people to challenge the labyrinth area. She wanted to know the exact strength of the monsters on the 74th floor. She wanted to know the exact strength of the monsters on the 74th floor. That way, they wouldn't be short on manpower when the time comes. Asuna glanced at the Knights of the Blood members. Wherever she looked, the Knights of the Blood members puffed out their chests and looked radiant. They wanted to leave a good impression on Asuna, but all they got in return was a cold stare. "Let's go," Asuna said softly. "Yes, am." While the Knights of the Blood were walking towards the labyrinth, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The Knights of the Blood froze on the spot. "That's..." someone shouted in surprise. "It's the Fey swordsman." The Knights of the Blood panicked. They looked at each other in confusion. They didn't expect to see such a legendary figure here. Unlike the others, Asuna was stunned for a moment before the cold expression on her face melted away. A smile appeared on her face, but when she saw the chowder rabbit in Wu Yan's hand, her smile froze. Wu Yan noticed the Knights of the Blood Oath blocking the road ahead. He also noticed Asuna. "Yo, Asuna." Wu Yan waved the rabbit in his hand as if he was greeting her. "You're here too." Asuna ignored Wu Yan's words. Her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on the chowder rabbit in Wu Yan's hand. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Wu Yan was stunned by Asuna's reaction. He cursed in his mind when he realized what happened. Chapter 681. Asuna has been visiting him for a long time, so how could Wu Yan not know what's going on with Asuna's expression? Asuna might look majestic and beautiful on the outside, but Wu Yan is 100% sure that her hidden attribute is that she's a glutton. Now, Asuna must have recognized the chowder rabbit in his hand. As an S-grade super rare ingredient, how could Asuna, who was a hidden foodie, not be tempted? Wu Yan quickly hid the chowder rabbit behind his back and looked at Asuna vigilantly. When the chowder rabbit disappeared from her sight, Asuna finally came back to her senses. That. Don't tell me. Asuna's eyes trembled, her face was filled with excitement. She said in disbelief, chowder rabbit. S-grade ingredient. When the words S-grade ingredient entered the ears of everyone present, it caused the whispers that had been faintly echoing to abruptly quieten down. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the excited Asuna. He knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He sighed and took out the chowder rabbit. As expected of you, you recognized it at first glance, really. Asuna stared at the chowder rabbit and said with a hint of envy, you actually got an S-grade ingredient, it's just luck. Wu Yan said, humbly. Others might not be able to see the pride on his face, but Asuna, who has been with Wu Yan for a long time, could see it. If it was the usual Asuna, she would definitely give Wu Yan a blow or two. But now, she didn't have such thoughts. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan with a smile. She looked unusually sweet. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, Asuna continued to smile. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, Asuna's smile disappeared. Wu Yan broke out in cold sweat, Asuna's eyes turned sharp. Wu Yan was defeated. Wu Yan shrugged sadly. He forced a smile and said to Asuna, why don't we eat together, sure? Before Wu Yan could finish, Asuna grinned from ear to ear. It's obvious that she said, sure. She had been brewing in her stomach for a long time. The Knights of the Blood standing behind Asuna finally realized what was going on. It seems like Asuna wants to have a meal with the Fey swordsman Wu Yan. Looking at Asuna's smiling face, the members of the Knights of the Blood almost exploded in their hearts. She was willing to lower herself for an S-rank ingredient. Is she still our vice leader who is known as the Ghost of Strategy? S-grade ingredients might be rare, but in the eyes of the Knights of the Blood, their noble and sacred Asuna wouldn't be moved by such a tacky item. Right? As the vice leader of the Knights of the Blood, Asuna shouldn't be short of money. Is she after the taste of the S-grade ingredient? How is that possible? The Knights of the Blood didn't know that their guess was correct, Asuna-sama. At this moment, a discordant voice came from behind Asuna. The smile on Asuna's face disappeared when she heard the voice. Her expression darkened and turned a little ugly. Wu Yan frowned and turned to the source of the voice. Wu Yan paused for a moment before smiling. His smile was quite intriguing. The owner of the voice was none other than the skeletal face that had been following behind Asuna like a servant. Wu Yan recognized this guy the moment he saw him. What a weirdo. Wu Yan only knew one person in Aseo, Kuradil. Kuradil was the one who had twisted feelings for Asuna in the original work and tried to kill the main character Kirito. Moreover, his previous self was a member of Smiling Coffin, a red name guild whose members killed other players for fun. In the end, he was annihilated by a team of 50 clearers. In short, Kuradil was an evil player who pretended to be good on the outside but had a twisted personality on the inside. Based on the current situation, Wu Yan more or less knew what was going to happen next. Kuradil. Asuna's face was tense as she turned to look at Kuradil. Asuna's expression showed that she didn't have a good impression of Kuradil. What's the matter? Asuna-sama. Kuradil glanced at Wu Yan, who had an intriguing smile on his face. Kuradil's heart skipped a beat, but he still stepped forward and said to Asuna. It's about time to depart. Asuna remembered that she still has to lead the team into the labyrinth. Wu Yan blinked and looked at Asuna. Don't tell me you have a guild event. Yes. Asuna nodded helplessly. Wu Yan smiled happily. That's a shame. Wu Yan said with a grin. There wasn't a hint of regret in his tone. Instead, he was overjoyed. Era. Asuna chuckled a few times and tilted her head. Just because I don't have time now doesn't mean I don't have time tonight. Hey, Yen Kuan. Asuna leaned closer to Wu Yen with a smile. You'll save some delicious food for a rare guest, right? A rare guest. You're a foodie who comes to me for food every other day. You're a rare guest. Wu Yen resisted the urge to go hysterical. His face reddened as he turned his head away and said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Ah. I'll save some for you. Don't worry, Asuna-sama. Thank you very much. Asuna smiled slyly and patted Wu Yan's shoulder. I'm looking forward to your hospitality tonight. Asuna waved at Wu Yan and walked towards the labyrinth area. The Knights of the Blood quickly followed her. Wu Yan shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze sweep across his body. His pupils turned and the smile on his face turned into a sneer. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at Kuradil. Kuradil looked away and ran behind Asuna. Grinning, Wu Yan stretched his back and started mumbling. I hope you don't mess with me. I'm not as nice as Kirito and Asuna. On the other side, Kuradil moved closer to Asuna. Asuna-sama, how can you just go to someone's house? It's dangerous. Kuradil may not be a pushover, but he's not an idiot either. He knows that he has no chance of winning against a legendary character like Wu Yan. That's why he suppressed his displeasure when he saw Wu Yan and Asuna getting into a heated fight. But now that he's gone, he's starting to make things difficult for Wu Yan. Sometimes, being too famous isn't a good thing. Asuna had some unpleasant incidents in the past. That's why the Knights of the Blood assigned Asuna a bodyguard. Kuradil was Asuna's bodyguard. Usually, Kuradil would use his authority to meddle in Asuna's private affairs. Obviously, he was doing the same now. Asuna's eyes flashed with disgust when she heard Kuradil's words. But she quickly hid it. Kuradil. Asuna stopped and slowly turned her head to the side. He's a legendary character who defeated our leader fair and square. Do you think he'd do something so despicable? Asuna-sama. Kuradil raised his voice and said righteously, no matter how legendary he is, he's still a solo player. These solo players are very selfish. They only care about themselves because they have some skill. They're not worthy of your friendship. You. Asuna's eyes narrowed. Her expression turned cold. How dare he speak ill of her? Asuna looked at Kuradil coldly. She didn't say anything and walked away. Chapter 682. It's not just because the food itself isn't as profitable as CR coins, it's also because the level of the food is too high. Without a certain level of cooking skill, it's impossible to process this kind of food. Messing around with it will only turn the precious S-grade food into a pile of charred coal. Up until now, none of the professional chefs that the players knew had the ability to process such S-grade super rare ingredients. Even if they wanted to taste the S-grade super rare ingredients, they couldn't do it. Of course, Wu Yan has already maxed out his cooking skill, so this isn't a problem at all. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to go home and cook the chowder rabbit, but he didn't expect Asuna, the foodie, to bump into him. Under Asuna's threat, Wu Yan had to suppress his impatience and save the chowder rabbit for tonight. Because of this, Wu Yan had plenty of time to go to the market. In order to not waste this S-grade super rare ingredient, Wu Yan planned to use the best side dishes and condiments as a side dish. Therefore, Wu Yan first went to the market on the 50th floor and bought a lot of ingredients. He then went to buy some herbs, potions, and other ingredients to mix with some seasoning. By the time he was done, the sky was almost dark. Wu Yan put away the day's harvest, including the S-grade super rare ingredients he got from the chowder rabbit, into his item inventory. He then looked up at the sky. Asuna should be back soon, right? Wu Yan muttered to himself. He shook his head with a bitter smile and cursed in his mind. I should have just killed the chowder rabbit. What's wrong with me that made me want to keep it as a souvenir? Asuna's hidden attribute is that she's a foodie, but strictly speaking, she's only half a foodie. She likes delicious food. Her appetite isn't that big, but now that she has an S-grade ingredient, she won't stop until she's finished half of it. He bitterly smiled again. Wu Yan had no choice but to accept his fate. He walked towards the teleport gate plaza. Let's go back, Ein grunt. 22nd floor. Wu Yan walked along the wooden path, and it didn't take long for his wooden house to appear in front of him. To Wu Yan's surprise, Asuna is standing in front of her house with her arms crossed behind her back. She's standing in front of her house with one foot tapping on the ground. Asuna. Wu Yan quickened his pace. Hearing the voice, Asuna turned around and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face became impatient. You're too slow. You're even later than me. Well, I spent a bit of time to buy some ingredients. Wu Yan opened the door and Asuna walked in like she's familiar with the place. She asked him while walking. You're here to buy ingredients? You have a lot of ingredients, right? There's always something I don't have. Wu Yan turned on the light in the living room and sneered. And because of someone's exploitation, I'm almost out of ingredients. Asuna rolled her eyes and sat on the sofa. I don't know who was the one who said that girls should eat better. Why? Now I can't even get some ingredients from you. Didn't I give you the recipe? I have the recipe, I don't have the ingredients. Asuna nodded and smiled. You don't lack money or ingredients anyway. Wu Yan smiled and sighed. That's why my house became your exclusive restaurant. Don't make it sound like I'm here all the time. Asuna complained, but Wu Yan didn't hold back. You're here all the time. Asuna choked, and then she started scolding Wu Yan. It's all your fault. Who asked you to cook better than me? Ha! Wu Yan was speechless. What kind of reason is that? It's a legitimate reason. Asuna turned her head away. Since your cooking is better than mine, of course I'll choose the one who eats better. What a glutton, of course not. Exactly. What are you talking about? Asuna pursed her lips and put her hands on her waist. I even sped up the raid and came here as soon as I finished, that means. Wu Yan looked at Asuna strangely. You purposely left your subordinates behind just to come here and freeload off my food. I'm not here to eat. Asuna refuted with all her might. You're the one who invited me here. Wu Yan's hands trembled and his legs went soft. He almost fell to the ground. You're the one who threatened me. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't have anything else to say, Asuna showed a victorious smile. Wu Yan felt like all the energy in his body was draining away. Are you okay? Leaving your subordinates behind. Wu Yan raised his spirits and looked at Asuna meaningfully. They seem to care a lot about me, including you, the vice leader. Asuna's smile slowly disappeared and turned into a heavy expression. She knew what I was talking about, so she lowered her head and tapped the ground with her heels. When I was on my own, I encountered a few unpleasant incidents. Since then, the guild has sent a guard to protect me. It's cool deal, although I told them that I didn't need it. They used the guild's policy as an excuse. To be honest, I didn't want it to be like this. Asuna continued in a low voice. In the past, our guild leader would personally invite the members of our guild one by one. But as the number of members increased, the members kept changing and the guild grew bigger and bigger. From the moment we were called the strongest guild, things started to get weird. In your words, it's not worth it. Asuna turned to Wu Yan and her eyes dimmed. Obviously, Asuna didn't like being in the Knights of the Blood. Wu Yan listened to Asuna quietly. When he saw her dimmed eyes, he shook his head and shrugged. If you don't like being here, why don't you leave? It's not that easy. Asuna smiled bitterly. The title of the strongest guild sounds amazing, but when it comes to strategy, our guild strength isn't that great. Every member of our guild is precious. Plus, I'm the vice leader and the person in charge of the strategy team. I'm more important than a normal guild member, so the higher-ups won't let me go, in other words. Wu Yan sat across from Asuna and looked into her beautiful eyes. Do you want to leave the Knights of the Blood as well? Asuna fell into silence. It's not that she doesn't want to answer, but she's conflicted. On one hand, if she wants to leave this world, she has to do everything she can to complete the strategy. From this point of view, it's more important for her to stay in the Knights of the Blood. On the other hand, Asuna isn't happy at all in the Knights of the Blood. Such a contradictory question exhausted Asuna both physically and mentally. Traces of heart-wrenching sadness began to surface in her eyes. Perhaps no one would have thought that the awe-inspiring, shining Asuna actually had such a weak side. Suddenly, a hand pressed on Asuna's head. She looked up in surprise and saw Wu Yan's smile that made her heart beat faster. Don't worry about it. Wu Yan rubbed Asuna's head. Don't forget, there's work and enjoyment in life. Asuna's heart melted when she heard his gentle voice. Chapter 683. Asuna lowered her head as Asuna's hand gently touched her head. Her originally complicated heart miraculously calmed down under the touch of Asuna's hand. Sometimes I really envy you. Asuna said enviously. You can live the life you want and enjoy it as much as you want. You have enough strength to rival the clearers and you don't have to worry about the clearers. Perhaps no one in SAO is happier than you, that's because you don't know how to enjoy life. Wu Yan sighed and said with a bit of displeasure. Also, if it wasn't for the fact that the boss room is so hard to find, I wouldn't have let you clearers get there first. Asuna giggled and sighed. Actually, someone in the clearers suggested that in order to clear SAO as soon as possible, we should focus all our efforts on finding the boss room and provide you with the information about the boss room. Oh. Wu Yan's hand stopped on Asuna's head. Then what happened? What happened? Because of the risk. Asuna said to Wu Yan. This method might be able to clear Aincrad faster, but it's based on the condition that you have the ability to kill the boss alone. Almost no one in the clearers would believe that you can kill the boss alone all the time. The monsters in Aincrad would become stronger and stronger as the floors increased. After reaching the 70th floor, the pressure the players felt from the monsters would reach a whole new level. Almost every player knows that every 25th floor of Aincrad is a dividing line. After passing the 25th floor, the difficulty of clearing Aincrad will greatly increase. If the 70th floor and above is already this difficult, what about the 75th floor? At the end of the day, no matter how strong Wu Yan is, he's still a solo player. No one in the clearers would believe that he has the ability to kill the boss alone all the way up to the 100th floor. One day, Wu Yan won't be able to kill the boss alone. The clearers who spent all their efforts on finding the boss room will be reduced to mere spectators, and the boss will fall into a dead end. Everything will be over by then. The clearers naturally don't want to bet everything on Wu Yan. Also, if the clearers change their focus from clearing Aincrad to exploring, then not only will the clearers not be able to level up, they won't even be able to get benefits from the boss monsters. Who's going to feed the clearers then? Asuna turned to look at Wu Yan and said with a helpless tone. Coupled with the fact that Divine Dragon Alliance is a profit-oriented guild, this proposal will be left unsettled. That's a pity. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Although he said it was a pity, he didn't seem to feel that way at all. Asuna pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before turning around. Yan, why don't you join a guild? Asuna tilted her head in confusion. If you join a guild, you'll be able to combine your strength with the clearers. That way, clearing Aincrad will be much easier, and you'll be able to work together to kill the boss. Wouldn't that be a lot safer? Why are you so insistent on going solo? Well. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and said bitterly, maybe it's because I'm an unsociable person. Asuna frowned and said worriedly. Aren't you afraid that something might happen that you can't handle alone? The monsters on the 70th floor and above aren't easy to deal with. You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan smiled and patted Asuna's head, causing her to pout. Do I look like someone who doesn't know what to do? Oh. Is that so? Asuna raised her head and her chestnut-colored eyes flashed with a strange light. She suddenly said, then why don't you team up with me? Wu Yan's hand froze on Asuna's head, followed by a smile on his face. Asuna's lips curled up when she saw Wu Yan's expression. Her gaze suddenly became oppressive, causing Wu Yan's heart to tremble. If you team up with me, I don't think your unsociable personality will be triggered, right? Asuna's body moved closer to Wu Yan, her head also moved closer to Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan was sitting on the armrest of the sofa. When Asuna moved closer, Wu Yan reflexively leaned back. But, Asuna kept moving closer and closer, forcing Wu Yan to keep leaning back. After a while, Wu Yan's waist is almost touching the sofa while Asuna is above him. It's a woman on top and a man on the bottom. Asuna. Wu Yan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, he smiled awkwardly. I can really do it alone, speaking of which. Asuna raised her voice and looked down at Wu Yan with sharp eyes. It was because you suggested that I join a guild that I joined the Knights of the Blood Oath. Don't you think you should take responsibility for that? Take responsibility. Wu Yan gulped, he looked at Asuna's delicate face, he looked away awkwardly. Wu Yan weakly said. But, aren't you going to lead the guild members to the labyrinth area? Yes. That's to test the strength of the monsters on the 74th floor. Asuna smiled. If we follow you, we should be able to achieve our goal even better. I believe that even the commander wouldn't disagree with us, but... Wu Yan forced an ugly smile. Your guard will follow you, right? I don't think I can get along with him. Then don't bring him. Asuna made her choice without hesitation. What trouble? If you can't handle it, then Kuradil won't be able to do anything. He's no match for you. Wu Yan wasn't happy to hear Asuna's compliment. Asuna narrowed her eyes when Wu Yan didn't respond. Yan Kuan, you're the one who told me to enjoy life. Asuna said with a smile. You won't refuse such a small request, right? I won't be happy if you do. Wu Yan finally understood what it meant to be caught in a trap of one's own making. Looking at Asuna's firm expression, Wu Yan knew that if he didn't agree, they're going to part on bad terms and it's not going to be easy for them to meet again. Okay, I understand. Wu Yan nodded helplessly. I hope you can keep up with my progress. Asuna's eyes lit up when Wu Yan nodded. Her eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She opened her profile and sent a party request to Wu Yan. She then looked at Wu Yan nervously. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He accepted her request under her expectant gaze. That's great. Asuna cheered and jumped up. I'm finally in a party with you. Back on the first floor, Asuna kept an eye on Wu Yan when he said he couldn't find anyone to team up with him. She's been keeping an eye on him ever since. A year ago, when she met Wu Yan again, she learned from Sutta that Wu Yan is still a single person. She had an idea in her mind. She hoped that one day, she would be able to team up with Wu Yan. Now that this little idea had finally been realized, Asuna felt as if the clouds had finally parted and the moon had finally seen the light. She felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. Why are you so happy? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Asuna smiled happily. You don't understand. Chapter 684. Aincrad, 74th floor, Camdetto. After coming out of the portal, Wu Yan yawned and stood in front of the platform, waiting for Asuna's arrival. Last night, the two finished a table full of super rare grade S ingredients. After that, Wu Yan agreed to meet with Asuna today and sent her back to Selmbrook's house on the 61st floor. Wu Yan arrived a bit late due to his lazing in bed. He's already past the appointed time. Wu Yan was about to get scolded by Asuna when he didn't see her. Wu Yan was a bit surprised by the fact that he didn't see her. Asuna wasn't the kind of person who didn't keep her promise. In the past, Asuna would always arrive on time. She was the kind of person who would rather be early than late. Not showing up after the agreed time was something that had never happened before. Did Asuna leave in a fit of anger because I'm late? Wu Yan glanced at his party interface. He opened his profile and started tracking Asuna's location. In SAO, there's no time limit for forming a party. If they want to, they can stay in the same party for as long as they want to. Ever since they formed a party with Asuna last night, they haven't been in the same party, and members of the same party can track the location of other members of the same party. Not only parties can track each other's location, but they can also track each other's location if they're in the same party. Because of this, it's very important to have friends in SAO. If you accidentally log in someone with bad intentions, it's the same as selling your location to them. It's not a joke in this dangerous world. For example, Wu Yan only has Asuna, Kirito, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Suda, and the 3 founding members of the Moonlit Black Cats in his friend list. There's no more than 10 people in his friend list. With a party and friends logging in, Wu Yan easily tracked down Asuna's location. To Wu Yan's surprise, Asuna isn't on the 74th floor, nor is she on the 55th floor, Granzum, the headquarters of the Knights of the Blood. She's on the 61st floor, Selmbrook. Is Asuna really late? Wu Yan rubbed his chin and scratched his cheeks. He looked at the location shown on the map. Suddenly, he remembered. In the original apartment, Asuna also formed a party with Kirito to explore the labyrinth. Her situation was similar to his, but she was entangled by her guard, Kuradil, on the second day. That's why she didn't arrive at the rendezvous point. Could it be that Kuradil's Asuna is entangled with Asuna's guard? The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yan felt it was possible. In the original apartment, Kuradil was watching Asuna's house even when she went home. If Asuna ran into him when she went out in the morning, she would have been entangled with him. Asuna didn't come back because she wanted to get rid of Kuradil. Furrowing his eyebrows, he turned towards the teleportation gate and he started thinking about something. In the original novel, Asuna jumped into the portal to get rid of Kuradil. She bumped into the main character of the original novel and got molested. Could it be that this time too? Wu Yan chuckled as he looked up at the portal platform. That's impossible, right? The portal in front of Wu Yan lit up, illuminating Wu Yan's stunned face. Then, a familiar figure flew out of the portal. Wall, get out of the way. Staring blankly at the petite figure pouncing on him, his last thought was, it can't be that coincidental, right? Then he was hit by the soft human cannonball. Wu Yan reacted when he felt a soft touch on his body. He subconsciously reached out and hugged the body that was flying towards him. Mentally prepared, he steadied himself and forcefully resisted the weight on his body. He slid back for a distance before he managed to stop himself from falling to the ground. Phew. Wu Yan exhaled. Good thing I reacted fast enough. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. His mouth slowly widened and his face was filled with disbelief. His head stiffly moved downwards. When he saw his current situation, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He could clearly see that the petite figure that was flying towards him was being carried in his arms in a princess carry position. The other party's face was still pressed against his chest at 0 distance. Perhaps it was because of the impact, the other party seemed to be a little dizzy. Her little head kept shaking, and it took a long time for her to recover. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that one of his hands was pressing against her chest and the other was pressing against her buttocks, feeling the super comfortable sensation, touch, and softness coming from his hands. He looked at the beauty in his arms in a daze. After a while, he pulled a smile that looked uglier than a crying face. Really? It can't be that coincidental, right? Maybe Wu Yan is just having a stroke of bad luck. While he maintained this ambiguous position with his hands in heaven, the girl who came flying towards him to deliver him benefits finally came back to her senses in a blink of an eye. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them saying a word. Just like that, they stood in the middle of the teleportation gates plaza in a pose that was enough to cause a scandal. If it weren't for the fact that there were no other players present, this scene would have become the headline of tomorrow's newspaper. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he looked at the girl in his arms who was staring at him blankly. Realizing that if this goes on, things will get really bad. Holding the idea of dying early, he laughed dryly. "Good morning." Asuna, his voice was like a clap of thunder that woke Asuna up. Asuna finally realized how bad her current situation is. She could feel the man's hands moving up and down her body. She could even feel the heat coming from his hands. She could even see the system notification that she had issued a protection order. This is clearly a violation of the rules of sexual harassment. If Asuna presses the OK button, Wu Yan will be instantly transferred to the Black Iron Palace's prison. Asuna's beautiful face slowly turned red, and her expression was one of extreme shame and anger. A few drops of tears hung from the corner of her eyes. Asuna's first reaction was not to press the OK button, but to let out a scream and slap him hard in the face. Slap! A crisp sound was heard. It wasn't the sound of a palm hitting a cheek, it was the sound of a hand grabbing another hand. Asuna! This is a misunderstanding. Wu Yan grabbed Asuna's hand and he placed it on the ground. He raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. "You were the one who flew over, I was just catching you." Asuna immediately crossed her arms and took a few steps away from Wu Yan. She glared at Wu Yan as if she was looking at a pervert who was about to touch her. If Asuna's fans saw this, no matter how strong Wu Yan was, they would definitely challenge him. Wu Yan grinned sheepishly. He couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't in the wrong, but he was the one who took advantage of her. Whatever Asuna did to him was within reason, it's best if he didn't get into trouble with her. A murderous look appeared on Asuna's face. Asuna's expression kept changing. She looked like an executioner who was contemplating whether or not to draw her sword and kill someone. Her murderous look was mixed with a thick sense of shyness, which made Wu Yan's heart beat faster. This Asuna, she wouldn't throw me in jail as a pervert for sexual harassment, would she? Chapter 685. The two of them stood facing each other. One of them raised his hands in surrender with a look of embarrassment. The other crossed her arms in a defensive posture with a look of shame and anger. They were in a deadlock on the spot. But soon, on the transfer platform, a sudden bright light from the lake broke up the deadlock between the two of them. Asuna remembered something when she saw the flash of light. She didn't care that the person in front of her just took advantage of her. She quickly ran behind him and grabbed his clothes. She looked at the direction of the portal cautiously. Wu Yan didn't realize what was going on. He just stared blankly at Asuna's actions. A figure wearing white heavy armor with red edges appeared from the portal. Asuna's expression became even more vigilant when she saw the figure. Wu Yan was startled for a moment before he realized who it was. The person who came was Asuna's guard, Kuradil. Lady Asuna. Kuradil immediately noticed Asuna and Wu Yan as soon as he stepped out of the portal. His pupils shrank, but he pretended to be calm as he looked at Asuna. Lady Asuna, if you act on your own, it will cause me a lot of trouble. What do you mean act on my own? Asuna shouted angrily. There are no guild activities today and no raid quests. Don't I have the right to act on my own? Stop. Don't be so capricious, Lady Asuna. Kuradil waved the cloak on his back and walked down the portal platform. It's not like you don't know how dangerous it is for someone of your status to travel alone. That's why you have me as your bodyguard, isn't it? You don't have to. You don't have to tell me where I have to go. Asuna was angry at Kuradil's words. The guild doesn't say that I have to get permission from a guard like you to go anywhere, right? Why are you at my door so early in the morning? Early in the morning. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kuradil. Is this guy really spying on Asuna? I'm just doing this for your safety, Lady Asuna. Kuradil walked towards Asuna with a straight face. All in all, it's dangerous to be out there alone. Asuna, please follow me back to the guild headquarters. Kuradil did not care whether Asuna was willing or not and walked towards her. It seemed like he was planning to take her away by force. As Kuradil approached, Asuna's expression changed. She tightened her grip on Wu Yan's clothes and shrunk her body inwards. Kuradil, on the other hand, ignored her and continued walking forward. Just as Kuradil was about to reach Asuna, Wu Yan moved. He took a step forward and stood in front of Kuradil, looking at him calmly. Kuradil stopped in his tracks. Looking at Wu Yan's calm expression, Kuradil gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Do you intend to interfere with our guild's internal affairs?" If it had been anyone else who dared to stand in his way, Kuradil would have hurled insults at them. After all, he had done so many times before. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was no ordinary player. He was not even a top player. He was a legendary figure. The Fey swordsman, Wu Yan, is widely acknowledged as the strongest player in SAO. His battle record is comparable to that of the clearers. Not only is he capable of soloing a floor boss, he also has the second unique skill in SAO. Even if any one of these stories were scattered, it would be enough to become a distant legend for the players, not to mention when all of them were put together. No matter how arrogant Kuradil is, no matter how strong his background is, he doesn't dare to insult the person in front of him, at least not on the surface. Because he can't afford to offend him. Don't try to pin a crime on me. Wu Yan shrugged and his lips curled into a grin. I'm just trying to protect my friend from being bullied, bully. Kuradil was so angry that he started laughing. I am Asuna-sama's bodyguard, I am responsible for her safety, how dare you accuse me of bullying her? Bully? Have you ever seen a subordinate pressuring her superior? Wu Yan shifted his body to reveal Asuna, who was hiding behind him with a reluctant look on her face. Look at your vice leader, and look at yourself. I'm sure no one would doubt that you're bullying her, right? Yes. I'm doing this for Asuna-sama's safety. Kuradil shouted. For Asuna-sama's safety, even if you accuse me of disrespecting my superior, I will accept it. You. Asuna was disgusted by Kuradil's righteous attitude. Although she didn't know Kuradil's true colors, she would be the first to doubt his loyalty to her. Oh. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. You can't pin a crime on me, so now you're trying to put a tall hat on your head? You said you're doing this for Asuna's safety, right? Wu Yan took a step forward and his gaze sharpened. Kuradil was startled and took a step back. Then you can go back now. Wu Yan smiled. Today, I will be responsible for Asuna's safety. Whoa. Kuradil's face turned gloomy. Are you trying to say that I don't have the ability to protect Asuna? Wu Yan continued with an expressionless face. A hint of mockery could be seen in his eyes. Couradil opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Instead, his skeleton-like face turned red from suffocation. Wu Yan doesn't have the ability to protect Asuna. Although Couradil wanted to say that, he knew he would become a laughingstock if he said it out loud. If even the Fey swordsman Wu Yan can't protect Asuna, then who else in Sao can? Couradil. He's not even worthy of carrying Asuna's shoes. Couradil might not know his place, but he's not an idiot. When the gap between him and Asuna is so big that he can't even imagine it, even if he doesn't know his place, he wouldn't dare to talk big. This is the deterrent effect Wu Yan's name has had in Sao for the past 2 years. Couradil's face turned green, but Wu Yan only chuckled. Wu Yan grabbed Asuna's hand and said coldly to Couradil. Asuna is with me today, you can report to the Knights of the Blood and tell Heathcliff that I said that. Wu Yan glanced at Couradil. I'm sure Heathcliff will do me a favor. After that, Wu Yan ignored Couradil's reaction and pulled Asuna towards the labyrinth. Couradil's face contorted as he watched the two of them walk away holding hands. His body began to tremble, and an indescribable murderous intent appeared in his eyes. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. On the way to the labyrinth, Asuna walked beside Wu Yan. Her chestnut-colored eyes never left Wu Yan's body. It made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Asuna and looked at the direction of the town. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you should get rid of that kind of guard as soon as possible. Asuna stopped smiling, sighed, and pulled herself together. I don't want to think about that today, I'm here to enjoy life. Before Wu Yan could react, Asuna ran forward and looked at Wu Yan with a beautiful smile on her face. You're especially handsome today. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Chapter 686. Aincrad 74th floor, labyrinth area. In a corner of the stairs of the stone tower, a chestnut-colored figure was entangled with a skeleton monster wearing armor and wielding a sword and shield. Their figures were constantly crossing each other and dodging. Sounds of weapons clashing could be heard, reverberating above the entire space. Wu Yan was standing not too far away. He watched as Asuna dodged the skeleton monster's attacks like a dancing butterfly. He nodded with a hint of admiration in his eyes. In Sao, players have 2 main attributes, stamina and dexterity. Every player would receive a certain amount of free attribute points when they leveled up. These free attribute points allowed players to freely choose between strength or agility to receive a certain amount of boost. Of course, there are only 2 attributes, but the player's personal stats and abilities are a lot more. For example, poison resistance and so on. There's a whole bunch of abilities, and if it wasn't for this, Wu Yan wouldn't have been so confused when he first entered the game. These 2 basic attributes are very important. A player's choice of attribute points will determine their future path. There are no items that can reset their attribute points, so they have to be careful. Wu Yan himself put all his points into stamina. His speed is mainly due to his equipment. Asuna, on the other hand, put all her points into dexterity. Players who put all their points into dexterity have a bigger advantage when fighting monsters because they have enough speed to protect themselves. Although it takes a long time to kill a monster due to their lack of stamina, this doesn't apply to Asuna. Asuna's stabbing speed is much faster than normal players. Her stabbing speed is so fast that it can't be seen by the naked eye, making up for her lack of attack power. She can stab 12 times in a second. Even if her attack power isn't high, it's still very effective when combined. Not to mention, Asuna's equipment also boosted her attack power. With a stable damage output and enough dexterity to deal with all kinds of situations, she might not be able to fight a boss monster. But against a monster like this, even with Wu Yan's eyes, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. After repelling the skeleton monster with a single attack, Asuna landed on the ground and shouted at Wu Yan without looking back. "Yan, switch." After that, Asuna didn't care if Wu Yan hurt her or not. He directly used a powerful assault sword technique with heavy attacks. The sword flashed with pink light and stabbed into the shield of the skeleton monster. Clang! A powerful force reverberated at the point of contact between the sword tip and the shield, and the skeleton monster's body trembled. Asuna couldn't help but be pushed back a few steps, but because she used a heavy sword skill, she couldn't move at all. Right at this moment, a figure flashed and instantly arrived behind the skeleton. Boom! Asuna's vision was blinded by the light of a sword skill. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. When she regained her vision, another sword skill flashed and the skeleton monster was sent flying. It let out a crisp cracking sound before it shattered into pieces. Asuna's mouth slowly turned into an O shape. Wu Yan glanced at the reward for killing the skeleton monster and walked to Asuna's side. He raised an eyebrow when he saw her expression. "Why do you look like you just saw a ghost?" Asuna finally reacted and she grabbed Wu Yan's collar. Wu Yan jumped in fright when he heard this. "You just used 2 heavy sword skills, right?" Wu Yan blinked and tilted his head in confusion. "Yeah, is there a problem?" "Problem? That's a big problem." Asuna raised her voice and her expression became fierce. "Why didn't you get stunned?" In the game, after using a sword skill, the user will be stunned for a while. The higher the attack power of a sword skill or the more consecutive sword skills, the longer the stun time would be. Just like Asuna, she fell into a stun state after using a sword skill that dealt heavy damage. That's why switching in SAO is so important. When you're in a state of stun, switching with your party member can remove the monster's aggro, thus allowing your party member to recover from the stun. Of course, players could also increase their strength to reduce the duration of the stun. They could also chain their sword skills to achieve the maximum effect of their attacks and then fall into a stun state for a long time. However, no matter how much the stun time was reduced, the stun after using a sword skill would not disappear completely. There would still be a little stun. In addition, every sword skill had a cooldown. Hence, it was impossible for players to use the same sword skill twice within a short period. But just now, Wu Yan used 2 heavy sword skills. Even if the cooldown time is short, and the stun time is reduced because of his high stamina, there will be a short stun time between the 2 heavy sword skills. This short stun time is enough for the monster to catch the stun time and attack him. Once the monster attacks him, the second sword skill will be interrupted. Then, how did Wu Yan manage to avoid being hit by the monster after using the first heavy attack, thus allowing him to use the second heavy attack? That's what Asuna wanted to know. After hearing Asuna's question, Wu Yan understood why Asuna reacted this way. He immediately explained. "I got stunned." "Then why didn't the monster attack you? How could you use a heavy sword skill?" "That's because I dodged it." "Dodged it?" Asuna was dissatisfied. "Are you kidding me? How can you dodge the monster's attack when you're stunned? It's actually a small trick." Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. After looking around, Wu Yan found a lizard monster with a long sword and a shield. He turned around and looked at Asuna. "You'll see later." After saying that, Wu Yan took a step forward and rushed toward the lizard monster. With a slight lift of the heaven gazer in his hand, a sword skill's light flashed, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, it attracted the monster's attention. But before it could react, the heaven gazer that carried the light with it crashed onto its body. Clang! As if on purpose, Wu Yan's attack deviated and landed on the lizardman monster's shield, pushing it a fair distance away. The lizardman monster roared and swung its katana at Wu Yan. Wu Yan fell into a state of paralysis, he couldn't move at all. Asuna raised her hands and covered her mouth. She couldn't believe what she saw. Because she saw Wu Yan dodge the monster's attack before it landed on Wu Yan. This is impossible. Asuna widened her eyes in disbelief. There's still time to stun. Before she could finish, another sword skill light flashed in front of her. Wu Yan landed another heavy attack on the monster and dodged it when it was stunned. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably scream that there's a bug in the game. But this time, Asuna had a look of realization. If one were to observe him closely, one would notice that after he used the sword skill, his body swayed a little just as he was about to enter a state of paralysis. Because of this, Wu Yan was able to dodge the monster's attack due to the inertia when he entered a state of paralysis. Asuna was speechless. What kind of audacity was this? Relying on the small movements of the body to avoid the opponent's attack and at the same time, slowing down the duration of the paralysis. This sounded very impressive, but one had to know that swinging the body to use the inertia before the monster attacked meant that when the monster attacked, it was very likely that when the monster attacked, instead of avoiding the attack, it was very likely that when the monster attacked, the player would collide with it. In other words, if you want to use this method, you must have super strong prediction skills. You must be able to predict the direction of the monster's attack. This is not something an average player can do. Chapter 687. Stiffness was a problem that the players had to pay attention to. After using a sword skill, the player would fall into a state of paralysis. During this period of time, the player would have lost all means to move. They would be unable to move. If they were not careful, it was very likely that they would receive a fatal blow. Normally, it would be fine if they were in a party. This was because when a player fell into a stunned state, the other party members could switch positions and take on the monster in the middle of the stunned state. That way, the player who had finished using the sword skill would be able to recover from the stunned state. However, at the same time, they did not dare to be careless. After all, standing still in the same spot was extremely dangerous. It was even more so for solo players. They did not have any teammates to switch to. They even had to hold back some of their sword skills. Generally, they would use sword skills with lower attack power so that the stun duration would not be too long. Then, they would slowly grind down the monster's HP. Finally, they would use sword skills that dealt heavy damage to end the stun. Therefore, the issue of stiffness had always been a problem that the players had to pay attention to. However, such a problem that had to be taken seriously had become a performance in Wu Yan's hands. At the front, Wu Yan had fully demonstrated to Asuna what it meant to be a super high level of technique. He was able to make the player's body stiffen like a dancer's pose. While he was stiffened, he was able to use the inertia to repeatedly dash forward, dodge left, dodge right, and leap backward. Other than the fact that he was stiffened, it was no different from a performance. And after the stiffness, Asuna was stunned by the continuous flashes of heavy attack sword skill effects. Asuna has seen Wu Yan in action before. Even though Wu Yan is a solo player, she saw him fight the first floor's boss, the Christmas special boss, and even his duel with Heathcliff. In the past, Wu Yan had already left a strong impression on Asuna, but today, Wu Yan taught her another lesson. The technique of using inertia to slow down the stiffness, and the incomparably powerful prediction ability. They were all telling Asuna this. He didn't just have brute force. With Wu Yan's frequent use of heavy sword skills, it did not take long for the lizardman's HP to hit rock bottom. A moment later, his body also disappeared. A crisp sound rang out. Turned into pieces. Wu Yan put away the heaven gazer and returned to Asuna's side. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the silly look on her face. How is it? Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. Asuna answered subconsciously. Then, he finally came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Yan, you're amazing. No wonder you could solo the boss. I used to think that it was because of your excellent equipment and the help of your familiar. Now, I know that your strength is due to your own strength, oh. Wu Yan looked at Asuna mockingly. Is our Flash Sama Asuna starting to worship me? Well, a little bit. Asuna replied non-committally. Then, she added as if she felt that she might make someone too proud. Just a little bit. I still have to thank you. Wu Yan smiled. Even a little bit of worship from our Flash Sama is enough to make anyone jealous, that's why you have to perform better. Asuna pouted and walked forward. You'll be the vanguard. Hi. Hi. Viguada, in the next operation, Wu Yan became the vanguard. Whenever a monster appears, Wu Yan will rush forward and hold the monster's aggro while Asuna will switch positions from time to time. With their cooperation, the monsters in the labyrinth area are as fragile as the monsters in the wild. They couldn't stop Wu Yan and Asuna's advance at all times. This wasn't the first time Asuna felt that she had found herself a strong teammate. Yesterday, when she led her party into the labyrinth area, the Knights of the Blood needed at least 4 to 5 players to hold off a single monster. Even the stronger guild members needed at least 3 players to hold off a single monster. Asuna had to team up with 2 other teammates to stabilize the situation in the labyrinth area. Who would have thought that after teaming up with Wu Yan, the 2 of them would be able to play the role of at least 5 people? Moreover, it's very safe, there won't be any accidents because even if there is an accident, Wu Yan can handle it. A godlike teammate. That's probably what players like Wu Yan are talking about. As the 2 moved forward, the monsters they encountered along the way died one after another. They turned the monsters into EXP and CR coins. Sometimes, the monsters would even drop items that surprised Wu Yan and Asuna. Their progress was fast, and the rewards were bountiful. For a while, the 2 of them were having a lot of fun. The labyrinth area is very large, but the monsters in the labyrinth area didn't give them any trouble at all. If there's anything the monsters brought them, it's the rewards. Asuna started to like the feeling of teaming up with Wu Yan. What I got in half a day is almost equivalent to what I usually get in 2 or 3 days. Asuna smiled happily as she looked at the items, coins, and EXP in her inventory. She seemed to be in a good mood. Although a large party could achieve the same progress as the 2 of them, but with more people in the party, the EXP and money gained would also be divided equally. Normally, Asuna wouldn't be able to enjoy the feeling of earning a lot of money, but today, she was able to enjoy the feeling of earning a lot of money. She has to admit that with a strong teammate like Wu Yan, it's a lot easier to clear the labyrinth. It's a pity that we didn't find the boss room. Wu Yan sighed as he recorded the map of the labyrinth. If the boss room was that easy to find, you wouldn't be complaining about the clearers stealing your kills. Asuna joked, but as soon as she finished her sentence, her laughter stopped abruptly. Wu Yan stopped and looked in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise, then he smiled and looked at Asuna who was standing next to him. What did you say just now? Asunaba clicked her tongue and finally uttered a sentence. You're not that lucky, are you? It's the boss room. That's right, the boss room. In front of them, there was only one path left. They were surrounded by dark rocks and mines, and it was as quiet as a forest at night. There were no more monsters in sight, only a flat oval door at the end of the path. In the labyrinth area, there were all kinds of environmental factors. There were high mountains, snowy plains, rocky plains, and winding corridors like this one. However, the only place that had a door was the room of the boss of the floor. Looking at the tall door in the distance, Wu Yan's lips curled into a happy smile. He slowly reached out his hand and touched the hilt of Heaven Gazer on his back. I see it, the boss of the 74th floor is mine. Asuna was shocked and looked at Wu Yan. You're not thinking of challenging the boss yourself, are you? Are you going to wait for the clearers to come and snatch it from me? Wu Yan said angrily. He was about to walk forward when Asuna grabbed his hand. No. Asuna shouted firmly. Absolutely not. Why? Wu Yan was shocked. I have the ability to solo the boss. That won't do. Asuna glared at Wu Yan. Who knows what will happen? I can't control you if you're alone, but now that you're in my party, I won't let you take the risk alone. Then, Asuna dragged Wu Yan in a different direction. She left him with one last sentence, followed by a scream of agony. Come back after you're done with your investigation. No. My boss. Chapter 688. Every floor, every labyrinth area has a safe zone similar to the town circle. Monsters won't appear around these safe zones, and even if monsters do appear, players won't be attacked as long as they are in the safe zone. Therefore, these safe zones are the resting places of the players who are clearing the labyrinth area. Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time in one of the safe zones. His tone was filled with resentment, and it annoyed Asuna who was sitting beside him. Hey, why are you so disappointed? Asuna turned her head away in dissatisfaction. The reward for killing the boss is great, but it shouldn't be necessary for you, right? The reward? The reward is secondary. Wu Yan said weakly, you won't understand. You won't understand the feeling of failure because someone else beat you to it, what? You make it sound like I'm forcing you. Asuna put her hands on her waist. It doesn't matter who kills the boss, the clearers aren't your enemies. Yes, you'd better buck up. Seeing Wu Yan's listless look, Asuna grabbed him by the waist and she twisted it with all her might. Ow! Wu Yan howled and almost jumped up from the ground. Are you trying to kill me? This kind of attack doesn't do any damage, it hurts. Then don't be so listless all the time. Asuna raised her chin and said in an annoyed tone, get over that stiffness. Give me back the promise of killing the monsters in the labyrinth area. I can take care of those monsters with ease too. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then, he turned to Asuna and he started trying to get on her good side. Hey, Asuna, just let me take on the boss. No. Asuna refused without hesitation, it's too dangerous. Why would it be dangerous? It's not like you don't know how strong I am. Wu Yan quickly followed up with a smile, he had no choice but to lower his head. Look, didn't I take care of the 72nd floor's guardian boss too? Of course I don't doubt your strength. Asuna lowered her head slightly. Her tone was a bit depressed. But what if there's an accident? Asuna is the person in charge of the clearers. It's not the first time she's faced a floor boss, so naturally, it's not the first time she's seen it with her own eyes. But because of a small accident, there were casualties. Asuna knows how strong Wu Yan is. He's so strong that she can only look up to him. But she's afraid. She's afraid that if something goes wrong, it will change her fate. The person who comforted her, cooked for her, and made her happy will die. Asuna can't imagine what would happen to her if that really happened. Asuna's depressed tone and gloomy expression made Wu Yan's smile fade. He sighed and pulled Asuna's hand up. Asuna was startled. She reflexively looked up at Wu Yan and saw that familiar smile. Don't worry. Wu Yan chuckled. His tone was firm. I'm not going to die. Asuna's eyes flickered. She looked down at her hand that's being held by Wu Yan. She turned her hand around and tightly held onto Wu Yan's hand. A smile appeared on her face. You said it, we've made a promise. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Yes, 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 we've made a promise. You can't lie to me. Who do you think I am? Wu Yan puffed up his chest and said confidently, do I look like someone who doesn't keep his promises? Asuna giggled. She grabbed onto Wu Yan's hand and placed it on her chest. You're the Fey swordsman, the strongest player in the world. Of course you're not an idiot. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and rolled his eyes. Then can I challenge the boss now? No. Just let me go, I'll just run away if things go south, okay? No means no. I don't care what you say. I won't do it. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. At this moment, in front of them, a wave of ripples suddenly entered their ears, as if someone had passed through a teleportation door. The two of them jumped in fright and quickly let go of their tightly clenched hands. Their faces were slightly red as they looked towards the source of the sound. The two of them were stunned at the same time. They saw a group of people wearing different styles but the same style of clothing walking over from the front. As they walked, they let out sighs of tiredness. It seemed like they had traveled a long way to reach this place. The leader of the group was wearing Japanese armor with a katana hanging from his waist. He looked like a samurai. Beside him was a pretty boy wearing a black leather coat and carrying a one-handed sword. Kirito! Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the pretty boy in the black leather coat. Ha! That's... Asuna looked at the samurai in Japanese armor. Klein from Furinkazan. Kirito looked up when he heard someone calling out to him. When he saw Wu Yan and Asuna, he gasped in surprise. Why are you guys here? Klein and the other members of Furinkazan were stunned when they saw Asuna standing next to Wu Yan. That's... Klein stuttered as he pointed at Asuna. Isn't that Miss Asuna? Klein looked at Asuna then Wu Yan. He couldn't wrap his head around what was going on. Fairy swordsman Wu Yan. Flash at Asuna. They're together. Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Was it unusual for the two of them to team up together? Just as this thought appeared in their minds, someone revealed the answer for them. Why are you guys in the labyrinth together? Kirito tilted his head in confusion. Are you guys teaming up? That's too unusual. At this moment, the people from Elements also came back to their senses. Their expressions slowly became agitated. Isn't that Miss Asuna? Wah! Miss Asuna! The 5 Furinkazan members charged at Wu Yan and Asuna with lightning speed. The two didn't realize what was going on and they took a step back in unison. Hey! You guys! Klein shouted. Then, his expression changed and he ran over as well. Let me talk to Miss Asuna too. Klein, you. Kirito couldn't help but cover his eyes as if he had made a bad friend. Wu Yan shuddered at the sight of the 6 stinky men surrounding him. He quickly retreated. Asuna, on the other hand, is in the middle of the 6 stinky men. She put her hands in front of her to protect herself. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead and she had an embarrassed look on her face. Calm down. Asuna shouted but her voice was drowned out by the 6 men's shouts. She looked at Wu Yan for help. Wu Yan blinked and looked at the embarrassed Asuna with a smirk. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited for a good show. Helplessly, Asuna turned to look at Kirito. But instead of asking for help, she looked at him with a threatening gaze. Kirito, who was standing not far away, trembled and shouted. Hey, don't cross the line. Unfortunately, Kirito's voice had long been ignored by the old men in heat. You guys. Kirito was furious and rushed forward. Enough is enough. The 7 of them started to wrestle with each other. Chapter 689. While the 7 of them were messing around, Asuna was embarrassed, and Wu Yan was gloating over their misfortune. Suddenly, a series of metallic footsteps rang out. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned towards the source of the sound with furrowed brows. What they saw was a group of people wearing the same bronze metal armor and capes. Their equipment seemed to have been specially designed. They wore steel helmets with the edges pressed very low, making it impossible for the crowd to see their faces and expressions clearly. At this moment, the members of the party were marching in an orderly manner, as if they were all NPCs controlled by the system. However, they all had expressions on their faces as they gasped for breath. Wu Yan, Asuna, Kirito, Klein, and the rest of Furinkazan's members frowned when they saw the group's attire. The happy atmosphere froze. Their eyes flashed with annoyance. It's obvious that they don't have a good impression of these people. In SAO, the only people who would dress like a soldier are from the military. Wu Yan, Asuna, and Kirito looked at each other. Wu Yan was the only one who looked nonchalant. He didn't even bother to look at the military. He curled his lips and leaned against the rock behind him. He looked around in boredom. Klein furrowed his brows tightly as he looked at the members of the army, who were walking towards him from afar. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. Why are they here? Asuna's eyes were also filled with confusion. Previously, when we were raiding the 25th floor's guardian boss, we suffered heavy casualties. The army has already withdrawn from the front lines and prioritized strengthening the guild. So, they should be active on the first floor. Why are they at the front lines this time? Every 25 floors in Aincrad was a dividing line. The first floor, the 25th floor, the 75th floor, and the 100th floor. The bosses on these 4 floors were undeniably powerful, to the point that it was hard to fathom how powerful they were. The military reaped what they sowed. In order to compete with other guilds, they went to challenge the 25th floor's boss without careful investigation. As a result, the largest guild in SAO had to withdraw from the front lines and recuperate. It was also because of their example that the players began to realize that the bosses of the 1st and 25th floors were unreasonable compared to the bosses of the other floors. If the bosses of the normal floors were considered to be on par with the players in terms of strength, then the bosses of the 4 floors that were like the dividing line between the players and the other floors would be so powerful that it would be a burden to the players. That's why the clearers were able to clear the 50th floor with extreme caution. That's why the clearers were able to clear all the way up to the 74th floor. The military, on the other hand, has been leveling up on a safer floor ever since they suffered a lot of casualties. As for the front lines, they've long lost sight of them. If it wasn't for the resurrection item from the last Christmas event, the military would have given up on that event. It's not hard to imagine how surprised the military's sudden appearance on the 74th floor was. Under the crowd's gazes, the army slowly moved towards Kieran's side. When they reached the safe zone, the leader of the group turned around and shouted, "Hey! Hey! Everyone, take a break." As soon as he said that, the members of the military who were lined up neatly behind him heaved a sigh of relief. They slumped to the ground and didn't want to get up anymore. It's obvious that they've been exercising a lot before coming here. While the rest of the players slumped to the ground, the leader of the players turned his gaze to Wu Yan's group. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Wu Yan, but he quickly recovered. It's obvious that he recognized Wu Yan's identity. As if he's hesitating about something, he stood there for a moment before shifting his head to look at Wu Yan's position. Others couldn't see his expression, but if they did, they'd notice that his eyes were filled with dread. After all, after the last Christmas special event, almost every player knew that the army and the Holy Spirit Alliance worked together to put pressure on the Fey swordsmen, only to be defeated in the end. Ever since then, the relationship between the two guilds has been strained. However, the leader of the players still came to the front and said to Kirito, I am Lieutenant Colonel Kobats of the Aincrad Liberation Army. Many people, including Wu Yan and Asuna, snorted when they heard Kobats' self-introduction. Due to the fact that the army was too rigid in their ways, the players called them the army in order to mock them. Their real name was Aincrad's Liberation Army. Who would have thought that this guy would call himself a lieutenant colonel? Is it he just admitting that he's being mocked by the players? Kirito didn't know what he's feeling, so he said. Kirito, a solo player. Kobats nodded lightly, and then his tone started to carry some unknown arrogance. Have you guys reached the area in front of us? Kirito shook his head and said. No, we just got here, is that so? Kobats said with a doubtful tone. Kirito, Klein, and Furinkazan's members were a bit annoyed. Asuna hesitated for a bit and said. We got here early, so we've already explored the area ahead. We even recorded the map in front of the boss room. Oh. Kobats turned his head towards Asuna and extended his hand towards her in a matter-of-fact tone. Then, please give us the map file. Other than Wu Yan, everyone else was shocked by Kobats' words. Klein yelled in a rough voice while pointing at Kobats. Hey! You want us to give it to you for free? Do you know how hard it is to explore the labyrinth? Kobats' face stiffened and he shouted without any self-awareness. We are fighting to save the players from this world as soon as possible. So, for the sake of all players, it is your duty to help us. If he spoke shamelessly, it immediately made everyone present burn with anger. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He arrived in front of Kobats in an instant. He reached out with one hand and placed it on Kobats' neck. Beads of cold sweat started dripping down from Kobats' helmet. Only now did he remember that Wu Yan is still here. Showing off your disgusting attitude in front of me. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Kobats' neck. You've got guts, I. Kobats trembled and couldn't say a word. In SAO, there's no rule that says you'll lose HP if you suffocate, but Kobats felt like he's getting closer and closer to death. Yen. Asuna grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Kobats. Her voice turned hostile. I can give you the map file, but I hope you'll disappear from our sight. Asuna didn't ask for Wu Yan's opinion and shared her map file with Kobats. Wu Yan pursed his lips and let go of Kobats' neck. Kobats immediately ran away like he was running for his life. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.